there is something we said there should be more space allotted to workers. Even when you queue up, you don't queue behind the next person and your body will touch that person. There is a distance of about 600 millimeters between you and the next person. Because the health department then expected that there should be space between two people that are queuing. This requires space planning. And in our day-to-day activities, the essence of space planning cannot be overlooked. It happens every time. From the report worldwide now, there is new virus that is spreading like wildfire, which will also require preparation and ensuring that people don't contact it, just like the time we have Ebola in Nigeria. That space planning will tackle that aspect. Then we have technology and communication. The expert is the way Dr. Shuri is here, going to handle that aspect of technology and communication. We seem to overlook the importance of communication in our day-to-day activities. And it's very important. If you don't communicate, you may not, if your communication is not effective, the result you expected will not be gotten. We here now and speak English very well. Let somebody run from outside, enter into this hall, and say there is fire. But he didn't say it to me. He used our to say, I don't know what but there is fire outside, we find away and get out of the place. All what he says will not be effective because we don't hear what he says. We see that the advance in communication in most of the worldwide network today, there is what we call sign language. They have realized that it's not only verbal or audio that is important, that there are people that are impaired, that are challenged, and they need to equally hear what other people have the ability to listen and speak here. So because of that, if you watch CNN, we find out when they are reading the news, there is somebody that is translating the news using the sign language because they want effective communication. Otherwise, the new master communication is not effective for everybody. Dr. Shuli will take us through that. Health and safety in the workplace is very, very important, more especially in the construction industry. In Africa here, even in Europe, the issue of health and safety is underplayed. I remember in China, those who clean skyscraper and nice story building are called monkey trainers. What they do is that they tie rope on their waist and drop them from the topmost level to be cleaning the glasses, dropping the clothes and things. What we know about that is that before you start a piece of work, you must identify the risk involved with that work. And as you identify the risk involved with that work, mitigate against that risk. Now we know this workshop, yes, you can come. We have identified that if you are in this workshop and you bring it in the morning, you will not concentrate and focus, but your food should not be heavy. You can't start giving you one without. Except you want to sleep. We identify those risks. And mitigating against it, we said, okay, provide green pie, provide coffee. We also know that there are challenges, health challenges for some people. You know, if you take caffeine, give them tea. We also know that the period of the lecture, some of us are assisted in sleep. You can sleep so much. So we provided cola and bitter cola. We also provided sweets, coffee sweets, so that you will take those things as the lecture is going on and you not drop and sleep. At the time it goes on, before the lunch, they will give you thick meat, they will give you tap pan. There's no dull movement. It's not, the workshop is not about money making. The institution is not making money, but we are imparting knowledge. Because the reason is that most of us have gone through university, but we don't know this profession. And everybody is qualified to practice facility management, provided you are born through university education. More especially in the built environment. It is not, oh, I'm a builder. I'm the only one that's qualified to be facility manager. This is a fight I fought in the Nigerian Institute of Building, and I'm still fighting it. So God be the glory. They are coming to understanding that facility management is not exclusively for builder or estate of or that plan. When we started facility management, that was 2004 in Nasarawa. The first workshop we organized in facility management was 2004 in Nasarawa. And that workshop was on facility management. This is Dr. Julius Olajide Farrell coming in. He's a resource person. He will take you in his space in the fourth module that I told you, trade planning and management. And he's one of the founding fathers of Nigerian Institution of Builders in Facility Management, Nigerian Academy of Facility Management. So we should welcome him. The health and safety, like I told you, I was involved on a project site in Allen Avenue. That project site, that year, was being sponsored by my dad. We call that the Ocean Rise Plaza. It's on 17th Allen Avenue that time. When we were doing, it's beside the shopping plaza. When we were doing the excavation of the underground, the contractor did not plan his health and safety. And what happened? The soil came and came in on the artisan excavating the trench. You know what happened to those artisans? It was that day I came to the knowledge that the mass of soil on somebody's leg is as heavy as a concrete. They have to amputate the two legs of the two artisans that are involved in that accident. Just because the contractor overlooked the issue of air and safety. So health and safety is very, very important. There was a time, if some of you grew up in Mushi, Matori, where they turn to cemetery now, is usually a job site for beret back. So there was a time they were digging. And beret did that place for a very long period of time. But when MKO got beret, he decided to change it and turn it around. That tipping site, when they were digging it, you know what happened? There was a portion of the hazardous elements that had been buried underground. And there was this fuming of effluent rising from the underground. And so many people collapsed and they got there to the hospital. There was an accident, fire accident at DOC gas along that Depot Street many years ago. And that aspect was switched to absence of health and safety. If it was Europe, they surcharge the company and surcharge the city manager that is in charge of health and safety in that organization. Today, are you hearing me? Who is using the other mic? Today, all aspects of work require health and safety planning. Even if you are just sitting and you want to just that, you must be sure that the arrangement that goes into that city take cognizance of health and safety issues. Dr. Olufemi Akinola was supposed to take that, I was supposed to take that, but unfortunately I could not, because my doctor advised that I cannot do any serious. Unfortunately, Dr. told me that if I'm not here, you will not be here. So I have to be here. After we have done health and safety in the workplace, we will do case studies. And there will be, after the case study, there will be question and answer from the first 3 modules that have been treated. We are all experienced people. We work in our respective way. I've given you some cases like Beret, cases like DOC, cases at 17 Allen Avenue, and there will be several case studies that will be presented to you, and they will expect you to ask questions. And even you can bring up a case study for discussion at this forum. After that case study, there will be human resources in management. Our resource person is the first vice president, Mr. Wilson Odumbaku. Wilson came in from, he flew in from Abuja to take this course. And he's going to let you know that he is managing the aspect of human resources is very important. And several angles to it will be treated. When you have people, don't hesitate to ask it. We are also going to look at a lot of video during after his lecture. You will have your lunch and you have some training video. The profile is about life cycle of assets. This course will be handled by Dr. Joseph. But the problem with life cycle of assets in Nigeria is data. Don't keep pressure. If I ask you now, how many years are we supposed to use this chair? You will not be able to tell me. We use resources, we use material, but we don't keep record. Your house, external painting is supposed to be every 3 years. Your room, the painting, even though in Nigeria, what we grew up to know is that when your mommy or your mom gave back to a child, they paint the room. But that is not very hard. There is a life cycle for all those things. That aspect, and most of the things we are going to preach, Dr. Biafra will be well of them. Then, project management. Yes. Peter is a project manager, Santana is a project manager, EOS is a project manager, everybody is a project manager. But you don't understand it. What we did is we went to MTN to bring in their project manager to handle that discussion with us. And it's going to be via online. We will use the Zoom to give a talk. So we expect that business continuity and planning. Sorry, project manager will be by Dr. Yusuf. Business continuity and planning, Dr. Moses Etienne from MTL. Then there will be another case studies, question and answer. To debate sustainable management in business. Some of our business loan platform. How can you make your business platform? Look at what we're doing here. My parent body, NIOB, in the last 15 years, they do workshops every 2 times in a year. But now they cannot sustain it. They now do it 1 time in a year. But BBC and NAFM has been doing workshop every 2 times a year since we started. And we still plan to do it every 2 times a year. In October, God being our helper, what we are planning to do in place of Fm02, because we've done Fm02 last October, is Fm03, and it's 3 days of practical training in October. It is mandatory. We may not use this place that time because we expect large turnout. This is for executive training, but that one is for everybody. Those that will be training since year 1, year 2, and this year. We come from that practical. For example, you cannot maintain a swimming pool if you don't know how to construct. So we are going to take you through all those practical in that FMO. You cannot maintain a water treatment plant if you don't know what goes into the treatment plant. If you want to maintain sewage treatment plant, you must know what goes into it. As a facility manager, you have an oversight. Even though you are not the one going to do it, you are going to supervise those who will do it. But you must be sure of what it is. When I was facility manager in Shell Estate, Alakida, my director that time, we normally buy materials that we use for water treatment plant. But we tell us, because of money, go to rubbish, go and take white sand there and use it. We gave him a computer, he will go and pack sand. But it's not acceptable. Those things are going to be highlighted and exposed during the practical period we are having in FM03. The FM03 came into life when the government agent called us that they want to send people, but we discovered that there are no practical content in the program. That the practical content here is not much. Yes, we said we know, but we are planning. You must know the theory before you do the practical. That we plan to do practical, but it will not be an executive training like this. My colleague, after the modules, will be syndicate grouping, and we will treat issues. Was facility manager, according to executive order 11, approved by His Excellency Muhammad Buhari before he retired, or in left office, covered everybody, private organization, state government, local government, and federal government. So we will now see how each of these organizations are affected by the frontiers of facility management. Look at the problems that is ravaging against it. At the time we went to get our college of tech to be director, to start facility management in the Ocean Services Department. He confessed to us that they don't have the knowledge of it. And we told him that some of the members have attended our workshop. They need their money to attend the workshop when you didn't sponsor them. And we encourage you because we are an advocate group. We still do advocacy to try to meet people, meet organizations, let them invite the spirit of facility management. You see, I will tell you the founding history of facility management. When building started, it was just bungalow building. Gradually we moved to one-story building. And now we have skyscrapers. Now we are moved to smart building. And the built environment experts sat down and discovered that no one professional can handle completely maintenance of the building without the other person. So in a story, a story of a 17th floor, you may need an architect, you will need a mechanical engineer, you will need a builder, you will need an electrical engineer. Then how many offices will you create for all these personnel? So the now people have said yes. There are components of their courses that are relevant to management of this building. So they brought those components of the courses from each profession together to form facility management. So that one person, after he has been trained as a facility manager, can work on a building that is smart, a building that is skyscraper, and doing the work of architect, doing the work of town planner, doing the work of builder, doing the work of engineer. Instead of putting 7 people in a building, just put one person. And we hope that by the time you finish your training, your working, and you become a facility management professional, which we call FMP. So we don't use title builder, we don't use title engineer, we don't use title staff planner. We use facility management professional, FMP, for our needs. Yes, I'm a builder, I'm an engineer, qualified engineer, qualified builder, but I jettison the title of engineering, the title of building, and what I'm doing now is FMP. So if you are an engineer, you are coming in here to drop and share the toga of engineer to take up the toga of the FMP when you finish this course. There is town planner, safety, if you are an architect, so many architects have been trained here. So many architects. Last time here, we have an architect from Federal Polytechnic Oyeki Ayedeki in Ogbomoso. From all over. We've had several members of architects that are here. Many town planners are here. Some member of FASMA will be here. Attended this lecture. During the last normally sends people for training here. They have last protect, last midweek, this one at Apapa. Mr. What's the name of that organization in Apapa? The Master. they send people here. There is still the staff of Namasa who is supposed to attend this workshop. It's on the, it's online. Aisha. So we have people covering. The workshop has really been established in a way that our umbrella body, Facility Management Association, Association of Facility Management Practitioners, held under FMB called Eruban, asked him, how are we doing this? But I want to tell you, yes, when we started with 8,000. And we're in partnership with Alison. If you go online to check certificate of Alison, it's €11. And it's part of your cost content, or part of the money you pay. When you remove that money, you will see what is left. Then you remove your material that we are giving you, remove your lunch, breakfast, feeding, and everything. You see that they are putting them up. We ran this workshop for 3 years, we made no money, but we are happy. We are happy because we are imparting knowledge. And we have, in this workshop, I can tell you, captain of industries are here. We have MD of construction company, we have chairman of local government that are attending, we have commissioners that are attending either online or physically. So count yourself worthy in 2 ways that you are part of this workshop. 1, 2. Next workshop, I'm sorry to say, is going to cost more. You ask me why? The Allison certificate that we pay €11, the letter they wrote to us when we, because they normally send us activation code to download the certificate after you do the test. When they are sending the activation code to us, it is because we are not a standing partner that they are sending it to us at €11. That each activation code now is $30. So if you remove $30 from your money, how much is left? But you are having it at €11 now. But next workshop is $30. We normally pay them before the work, before they send us the application code. And this application code will be given to each one of you when we do the test. They warned us, it was Nigerian factor. They said from our participants, they sent 2 codes, 3 codes, and they are entitled to 1 code. That the code they are giving us cannot fail. But they could weak our honorary secretary and said, the code you gave is not working, give me another one. They use it to download multiple certificates. And they saw it over there in Scotland. And they wrote it. And to the extent which our people can go. But we have said it, when we give code now, you cannot get another one. They now said if your code is not working, report to them. They will check it. There is no way the code will not work. We already have your code and sent to us. So after the training, we will do an online test to avoid problem of network. We hired Starlink, Elon Musk, for 3 days. After this module, tomorrow we are doing a facility management software training. The experts will come from Federal Polytechnic. Then we have a company that's coming to come and present facility management software. That one, if they are after your presentation, if you fall in love with their software, you want to use it, You only need to subscribe with 10,000 to them. They will come. They will present their software to you. Then the last day, we want you to do what we call inspection. We have organized 2 buildings. Each group will inspect a flat. We will inspect a flat and write a report on the flat we inspected. We also, there are things we are looking at. In your group, we've told those tenants that you are coming. You must go with your tag. Because one, the way you relate to the tenant is very important. You are bumping into people's houses to inspect their room, inspect their ceiling, inspect their floor, inspect their kitchen, inspect their toilet, and we write on them. Now, what are the significance of that? In facility management, we have what we call facility condition assessment. This facility condition assessment has to do with the assessment of properties to determine their functionality and determine the cost, the obsolescence, how old, and there are some AC today that are older than us. We now have inverter AC. We have inverter refrigerator. In last lecture, Dr. Dioswale told us of an experience of an estate where they asked for reassessment of their property to determine the energy rating. You remember? Yeah. They discovered that when they assess the facility in the flat and they change them into star rating facility, they brought down the energy cost.
By now they will have shut down that building.
Huh?
By now they will have shut down that building if they have not done that.
So, you see, everybody is complaining that PHCN cost is too much, IKEDC cost is too much. But do you check the facility you are using? Some of those facilities consume energy more than tolerable level. Another facility can give you more than efficiency the one you are having now provides. But you know, we are used to second-hand materials. We go to where they sell second-hand things. When my son was to move into his flat, I gave him a flat in my house, said he doesn't want it. If we not pay anything, he said he doesn't want it. I was going, what is worrying this boy? You don't want my flat. The way you not pay anything, I'm going to pay 3 million a year. But later, I discovered why he chose that. Everything in the flat he rented are inverter facilities. Inverter AC, inverter washing machine, inverter refrigerator. And he flew in from UK to move into that place. So he's used to what they are using here. He used it for 2 years and over. If you want to buy AC, is there anybody who is traveling who wants to sell his AC? That's what we need to look for. We want to change our orientation. When fuel became very costly, I looked at what can I do to reduce my fuel usage. I started studying facilities available. And I found out that there are some facilities that lower fuel consumption. I know how many liters I use from Lagos to Ibadan. I bought those facilities, I bought those devices, and I discovered it halves my consumption. If I use 20 liters before, I use 10 liters now. If I use 10 liters before, I use 5 liters now. There are facilities, there are devices like that. We know, Nigerians are used to complaining. We love complaining. We don't search for solutions. We don't look for avenue to make things work. But this your course will take you through what you can do in all spheres of life. Now, we have one building at Shobolu here, 7/9 2002, beside my own garage. They are expecting those groups we are sending here. We have another one at Abule Odu. We have another one at Abule Odu, 4 flats. Each of them are 4 flats. 3 of you will go into each flat and inspect them. I have spoken with my chairman. We plan for 2 days here. The 3rd day, you will just take your breakfast. You won't take lunch. You will go for inspection. But I was begging him that he would let us book this call for the 3rd day, so that when you go, you can come back and present your result, and we can correct. And he has graciously agreed with me. But when you are going, normally when we go for practical, we normally give postal bus to carry participants. But this time around, we will not provide transportation, because the cost of things are enormous now. But we are one big family here. We expected participants to use their vehicle. Your grouping should pick a leader. Agree on one person vehicle to take you to the place. I know Abu is very far here, but somebody will tell us how to go about it. So I will call him. We won't have bowel digester here now. Bowel digester was not in the program. We had it in the previous program. So please, instead of the bowel digester, we are still going to look at some of the videos we don't have opportunity to watch. Now we call on the chairman of the institution with the Batire law to give us an opening speech.
Prospective facility managers after this training. I want to welcome all participants to this series of facility management maintenance workshop starting today, 2nd of April. The profession of facility management has expanded beyond the traditional maintenance management into the multidisciplinary knowledge area that encompasses many competencies. Some of these competencies are what we are here to learn and they deliver over the course of this training. This Fm01 comprises of 8 modules, while practical demonstration of the knowledge will be used to round up the training. It is my belief that as the need for distinct competencies in the field of facility management increases, your training will prepare and equip you to be able to meet that need and give the end users the results they desire when they engage your services. Satisfaction, by the way, are the main objectives of facility management. Again, I welcome you and help you to pay close attention, take part fully in all the activities during the training, and ensure you use the knowledge. Thank you very much.
Give the chairman once again a round of applause for that
For the want of time, we will go straight, we will start the program right away. It will be my singular honor to invite for the first module, Space Planning and Management, Dr. Julius Farrell. Let's put our hands together.
Okay, good morning.
Good morning, President, the immediate past President, other experts here present, the Director of Training and Capacity Development, there are wonderful participants, both physically present and those who are joining us virtually. You are all welcome. So this module, although we are behind schedule, is still going to be interactive. And I think the immediate past president has done a lot of justice into the preamble, into the module, talking about giving us an oversight of what the module looks or focuses on. So the module is titled Space Planning and Space Management. Hence, Space Planning and Management. And I think some introduction has been done about me, so I don't need to go through another round of introduction to save our time. So for this particular session, we'll be looking at the concept of space planning. We'll be looking at space planning and the commercial value of facilities. We'll be discussing space planning and sustainability. And we'll also be discussing those considerations that should go into the planning of spaces. Then we now move into space management, because after planning the space and the space is being utilized, there is need for the space to be managed. And that will take us to discussing about the principles of space management. And in that context, we'll be looking at also moves and the location nexus as they connect with space planning. And in all of this, what is the role of facility managers? And we then conclude. Now, when we talk about space planning, it's very, very important to prepare the ground, to have a preamble, because we want to be facility managers. And just like Dr. Akshola said, there is something that makes a facility manager different from every other person. We are all professionals from different backgrounds. Those of us that are attending these trainings, that you are an architect, a builder, an engineer, a surveyor, or a project manager, or a town planner, and so on and so forth. You can even be from the pure sciences, because that's the dynamic of FM, right? Or from pure management, sciences, or economics and the likes. But what makes you a facility manager is the fact that you want to see what people are not seeing. And with respect to space planning, what is that thing that others don't see? Is the fact that space comes at a cost. Very, very important. Facility managers must be able to appropriate or map value to everything that they do. You know, those days, several years back, when we started pioneering the practice of FM, you know, for someone like me, I got into FM not as a matter of intention, it was as a matter of accident. You know, typically I was in construction and I just needed to change job, and I applied into a company that I didn't even know what they are doing, and later realized that, oh, this is a facility manager, and I started being trained to be a facility manager and all of that. And one thing that is usually said is that facility managers needs to move from the boilers room. Now, several years back, facility managers needs to be in boilers room. You know what that means? In workshops, generator room, diesel room. You know, most times that may still be the experience of some of us that are attending this training. We are facility managers or doing things that borders around facility management in our offices, but we are also still seen as people that are meant to be in the boilers room at the basement, right? And meanwhile, in facility management, there are also hierarchy. For you attending this training means that you are trying to move from the operational level of FM to tactical and strategic FM that will take you to the boardroom. And those are indeed the real facility managers, because it's like a pyramid. Those that actually bring about value into organization are they are the top of the pyramid, very few. But what they do is that they solve problems that others don't see. So spaces have value, they come at a cost. Take Lagos for example. If you take an office space in Lagos, maybe around this Yaba axis, if you go to, let's take the typical Ojuelegba or Yaba shopping complex for example, if you go there, you begin to hear rental rates that is different from what is conventional. You hear rental rates at what? Something per what? Square meter. Have you noticed that? You know, have you been to places where you say, oh, we want to rent an office here, and the response is, oh, okay, this place is going for 50,000 per square meter per annum. Have you ever heard something like that before? Yes. Fine. You know, it's unconventional. You know, when you are coming from deep mainland, you can be hearing, oh, this office is going for 2 million per annum, 3 million per annum. But when you begin to come into the center, you begin to hear things like per square meter, and in your head you begin to calculate, what does that mean? I know some of us we have that problem. And when you go to Ikoyi and you are going towards the likes of Banana Island and Cook, you begin to hear maybe $5,000 per word per square meter. What does that mean? It means that space is not just space. And that's the first thing for us as facility managers. And that is why that space cannot just be left without any plan. Because you might actually be subjecting your business or your organization to some level of economic vulnerability if the organization space is not planned. We've seen in some cases, you go into people's offices and you have someone having a space that even he or she herself, himself or herself, doesn't even know what to do with the space. But because we feel that the space is there, so the person can just have a small table and a small chair and he sits and begins to work. So we are going to get there. When you are done with that physical space, the length, the breadth, and probably the height, then we have what we call utility cost that comes with it. You have the cost of cooling. Do you know that if this workshop venue is to be made one person's office, for that person to have comfort, at least 3 of these spaces must be on, if not all the 5. You understand? Because you already have cooling load that is associated with the space without anybody coming inside. So those come as a cost, and you begin to not have cost of services. You know, and that's why in some of those places you see here what we call service charge. Service charge, if you are paying 5,000 per square meter for an office space, you also hear things like, oh, the service charge is 2,000 per square meter. So it's related. You understand? So as facility managers, the concept of space planning is just not that you just want to plan the space. It's because it has economic implication. Therefore, what is this space planning? Space planning is the process of analyzing how spaces in structures and rooms will be used. And the reason is the background that I have prepared, because there are costs that are associated with it. And it's so serious that the cost is not one-off cost. You know, in FM, sometimes you may not be threatened or you may not bother about capital cost, which is a one-off cost. But because we have what we call capital expenses, that's capex, and we have what we call OPEX, operating expenses. As facility managers, one of the concerns that you should have, because that should be the driving factor for your KPI, your key performance indicator, is your OPEX. You know, most times you talk about budget, some of us have just survived the budget cycle, and you are already looking forward to October, November, and you are having IBP to go and defend budget again. Because most times assistant managers go with a budget that last year we demanded for 50 million. There is inflation, let's go with 70 million now, so that we can meet our responsibilities. It doesn't work that way. So, we need to understand that we must analyze how spaces will be used. Good space planning considers possible space uses and ensure that they are used efficiently. The process result in space plan is drawing up that argument that identifies the needs and the required element of spaces. I'm sure for some of us that probably have background in the built environment, you will remember this bubble diagram concept. You know, if you had probably done architecture, building, QS, and probably you've been privileged to pass through maybe lecturers that did justice to the what happened. Did you drop my sharing?
Right? Let me see. Yes, let me see.
Let me share and see. Okay. So, we'll have probably come across the concept of this bubble diagram. And that concept, for those of us that have not come across it, is the fact that when you have maybe a vast expanse of space, irrespective of what you want to use the space for, whether it's residential, it's office, it's factory, you know, for every space, you know the length and the breadth of the space that is available to you. So the concept of the bubble diagram is that you represent the location of sub-use with circles. You draw circles. If the space is going to be for 5 persons or 5 different units, you do circles. Then we now consider the interaction between those units. Which units will interact with one another the more? To be able to label those circles, we call those circles bubbles. Then from there, you can now come up with a more detailed space allocation. And in doing this, this is the first level analysis of spaces that is required. And as facility managers, please let me appeal to you that the profession you are trying to embrace or you are embracing is a profession that requires or demands what we call lifelong learning skills. You will continue to learn as facility managers until you die. So we need to understand that these things are key. Even if it's at that first level, to just pick your paper, draw those bubbles, put in who and who or which location or unit needs to be in those spaces before you second it to whosoever is going to provide support for you. Probably your PA, your secretary, that will now take it up to the computer and begin to do all of those things. Because there are several things that nobody can do for you as facility managers. That's the truth. Dr. Shola was talking about the fact that you take exams and all of those things. As facility managers, your operations is governed by standards, by requirements that no other person would even pay attention to. So, and if we can do this, the benefits are enormous. You can see benefits of proper space planning and management. What's happening? Why is it switching me off from the phone to share? Okay. Okay. So we have several benefits. Let me So one of the benefits is that you extend the life of the equipment. You extend the life of the equipment, and you have less cost of repairs. The more space you have, the more stress your system is going to be. Right? For example, I've given an example. If you just put one person here, there are 5 ACs here, right? That person needs 3 ACs in the minimum to even be comfortable. Just one person. What that means is that at every interval, if you look at our preventive maintenance schedule, maybe the ACs are meant to be serviced once in a quarter, every 3 months. That means every 3 months you are servicing 3 ACs minimum. Meanwhile, if you have done space analysis and you have a space where, because this is 2 horsepower AC, you understand, it might even be too much for a person with a right space allocation, right? So every quarter you have 1 AC servicing as against 3 in that instance. The same thing goes for lighting. We are not even talking about cost of operation though. The cost of operation, it means that your energy consumption according to AC is also times 3. You understand? Cost of lighting is also times 3. So these are the issues that come with it. Then you now have this first one, high employee satisfaction and productivity. In fact, about productivity I'm concerned. Because the more space you have, the less productive you are going to be. Do you know why? Because studies have shown that more spaces encourages unneeded or things that are not meant to be in that space to be there. Now, in recent times, FM has been advocating what we call air quality. Because you see, when we are done with having space, we also want to ensure that our workforce is healthy. Go to some offices, you see archives. In that office, we are also having archives at one section because you are having more than enough space. If you don't have that space, those things will not be there. So there is actually that connection between you having excess space and your level of productivity. Then you have, of course, unnecessary or avoidable rental expenses and maintenance costs. Because instead of paying for maybe 15 square meters, you are paying for 45 square meters that is actually not needed. That means 3 times the space that you actually need. And of course, rental expenses is also on a rolling basis. Then energy consumption, I think I've given example of that, and poor utilization of space if the space is not planned. So, with respect to space, these are the critical blocks that facility managers must be conscious of to achieve sustainability. It's very, very important that the facility manager is conscious of space planning and space assignment. You know, I've given that as an intro. Who and who is meant to be here? What is the space that is required? And there is also the need for what we call space change management. As facility managers, when we are even ab initio planning space, we should think of what happens when this person is no longer using this office. Let me give you a typical example. I know Dr. Shoyibe is an advocate of alternative walling material. You know, for several years, he has always been talking about it. He's very, very passionate about it. But in this part of the world, we want to, let's say we want to divide this area or this room into offices for 3 persons. 99% of the time, what comes to mind as the partition material? Yeah? Okay. I think she's the only facility manager that is here. Because me, I disagree with you. It's blocks that comes to mind. That's why, so that you know I'm giving you credit. Because it's very, very rare. Because we feel that it's cheaper, is easily accessible. Just at the back here, there is actually a block manufacturing factory. And we feel that it shows, you know, most times at that point is the activity that comes to mind. Oh, they need to see us that you have started something. So before bring 100 pieces of blocks, so that everybody knows, and you bring one trip of sand. Let people even know that we have started something. Meanwhile, there is a need from the FM perspective to consider the fact that if this space utilization is going to change, what happens to all of those blocks? Right? But if you have, for example, we did some partitioning in our office few years back, and we also had that challenge. We were like, oh, okay, let's bring in blocks. And no, let's bring in the drywall expert. Let them come and put drywall. And if you see the drywall, you won't even know that it's not block. You understand? And I think 5 years or 6 years now, it's still there, perfect. So then we have we have the concept of the space measurement, right? And space measurement management. What is the space that is required for that particular purpose? That takes us to another learning curve. How many of us have heard of anthropometrics before? Anthropometrics. Okay, fine. I think I have one facility manager. So, facility managers, please, after this session, search on your phone anthropometrics. Anthropometrics deals with spaces and human interaction with spaces. Why is our door 900 mm by 2.1 meters? Anthropometrics answers that question. Right? Why is your WC closet 600 mm? Do you know that? I don't know whether you have seen this what they call it now? This cartoon or this, it's not even cartoon, but it was on the social media sometimes ago. A particular toilet that they had to cut the door for the toilet door to open. So if you are inside and the door will have to open, you have to stand on the WC first. So when you close the door, you now sit down on the process. These are the kind of things that are happening. If you are not in Lagos, you may not understand. But I have been to spaces that even though I spent almost 15 years of my life studying construction, you begin to ask, where is this place? In a residential building. You are asking the agent, where is this place? You know, you are giving them brief. Said, you know what, we want to get 3-bedroom apartment for one of our clients or one of our staff and all of that. And they say, oh, they call you, the place is available. And when you go for inspection, you are asking. If at my level, I'm asking, where is this? Because it doesn't even look like a space I can relate with. So, if you come around Java, you find a lot of them. I was asking the man, I said, where is this? He said, that this sitting room. I said, sitting room, how? I can't even edit. I can't see any chair, a 3-star entry that space. So, space measurement is relative to activity. Do you know that in the early times, and that's even what I still demand now, there's what we call presentation drawings. As facility managers, if a consultant is working for you, you should demand presentation drawing. You know what presentation drawing does? Apart from, it's not a typical working drawing. It's generated from the working drawing. The presentation drawing will impose those elements or those key items that will be in that space. If it's a bedroom, for example, the presentation drawing will put a bed.
3D.
Yeah, if you don't have body for 3D, you know, we not even have virtual reality. But the basic demand, you see that one inside the studio, whether you are using Revit or AutoCAD, you see those things. You have bed. The bed have dimension. Because we are now beginning to have spaces that you don't understand. You have a bedroom that the bed cannot come in. We have sitting rooms where you have to remove the sitting room window for you to bring in chair. You understand? If facility managers are not involved in those spaces, I don't have any problem. But the problem I have is that when facility managers are involved, because we have seen projects where it is the facility manager that runs into trouble and he will now call us and we get there and you need to ask, how did you get here? Right? The reason why you are having for the main entrance, maybe a sitting room or something, you are having a 1.2 as against 900 mm is for reasons. Those spaces are made to accommodate some kind of things. So it's very, very important that we look at space measurement. Then we look at the health and safety requirements. It's very, very important. What are the health and safety requirements? We be to spaces. They will tell you, please stand. When you are here, don't stretch you because the ceiling fan will cut your finger. I don't know whether you have seen such places. As that just, in fact, unsafe condition everywhere. You cannot stretch your hand. You are very, very cautious because otherwise you go with injury. And these are spaces. In some places, it's about the lighting. You understand? It's about the lighting, it's about the ventilation. It's about the circulation. So these are things that all of this goes into issues of space planning. So therefore, the considerations in space planning include flexibility. You must ensure that your space is flexible. A facility manager, when I'm engaging clients, sometimes when I'm advancing a course, I will say, sir, you may not understand what I'm saying now, but my worry is about 5 years time, 10 years time. So you want to carry your clients along into the future. You understand? Because the same thing with our employers. They may not understand, and they don't need to understand because they are not facility managers. They are not in this training, for example. But we have a duty to carry them along into that future. I remember we were doing one innovation some years back, and I told the client, I said, sir, we need to put waterproof sockets at outside where you have this your garage. Said, doctor, you have come again. Which one is that one? I said, because very soon it's robots that will be washing your cars for you. And those robots will need to be plugged somewhere. That may not happen until maybe another 10 years. I'm sure some of us we are already following the trend now. You understand? The robots are going to be everywhere, whether we like it or not. So as facility managers, are we preparing for that reality? Because that's what is going to make you relevant. If you can see it. So what is the provision? They are building a workshop for us in the university. Myself and Dr. Treybe, we work at the University of Lagos. So the university is actually putting up a workshop. They've done tiling, they've done everything, very carried along. When we went for inspection, we saw that the workshop was tiled. We wrote management, this workshop cannot be tiled. The contractor have to remove the tiles. We are saying, what to shake off him, go tell you long. For those that don't understand Yoruba, they said they have done something for us, we are not satisfied. They don't understand us. Do you know the old tiles we are removed because we insisted? Up till now, nothing has been replaced, but we are okay. Don't put anything. You can't come and put specified tiles where we are going to be having heavy equipment. Because at the end of the day, it's better for you to say that we are not satisfied than for you to call us Baseje. I don't know the meaning of that one in English. Because that's what is going to happen in the first quarter. And that's the problem with facility managers. When you are indifferent, you keep quiet. It's going to come back to you. It will be as if you don't know what you are doing. They will ask you, where are you? We've told them you cannot do epoxy flooring, leave it as bare concrete. It has to be hard surface for us. Because we know that robots are coming into that workshop. Equipment are coming into that workshop. That is what a facility manager does with space. It's not just the way the essence of your perceive it. So, okay, it's big enough. In fact, those days while I was being trained, just like we are in training now, when I go for inspection, the likes of our clients were Shell, Total, Slot Baby at that time. And when people say, Julius, what did you observe? And I will tell you that everything is fine. He said everything cannot be fine. For a facility manager, it's not possible. So he started training me to see things that are not conventional. You get to some places, you see 6 ACs. When people tell me that, have they provided more than what is required? Because when you provide for more than what is required, it's also a problem. So I started thinking, and you won't know whether it's more required if you don't know the standard. What does the standard say? And that is why it's very, very important. I think the best thing is for us to be on the same network. Can you give me your password? So, flexibility is very, very key, right? So, we have emphasized that flexibility, that if we need to change, there is what we call change in use, which is most times inevitable. From time to time, demand will change, you can expand, you can contract your space. So it becomes very, very important. The next thing is that facility managers need to be familiar with the organization operations and all the dynamics that are associated with that operations. Right? When you are considering space planning, which area requires, or which office requires heavy traffic? Right? For example, if you have an account section or you have customer service section, we work for different organizations. Your customer service section should be as close to the main entrance as much as possible than every other area. You don't put the MD's office close to the gate, and you now put the customer service section at the back of the building. So we need to be conversant with what we do, right? Because this will further promote all that we intend to achieve, as I've explained earlier. So space management is now what happens after we have actually planned our space. Now we understand why we need to plan our space, how we can use bubble diagram to actually do first level planning. Then we can now give that to maybe your secretary, your assistant, or a consultant, maybe an architect, depending on how comprehensive you want your space plan to look like, to develop that. There are also some basic things that we can do ourselves. If you have, for example, Microsoft Visio, for those of us that are conversant, it's also like Microsoft Word. With Visio, you can just drag boxes and connect them, and it will give you something that looks like a real plan. You understand? Microsoft Visio, very beautiful. You can note it down, right? Microsoft Visio, it's a very VISIO. You understand? So as facility managers, it can be, you will find it very, very useful. Very, very useful. It can help you to do basic designs that will make you to look like an architect. You understand? And you can present it and all of that. So it's one of the Microsoft suites, right? It's just like a Microsoft project that you use in planning projects and scheduling. So when we've done that, and the space is not in use, then we look at space management. And space management is a tool that is used to assist an organization to plan budgets and manage the layout of the organization's premises. Right? In management is more of a real-time thing. You understand? You continue to respond to need while you are managing. It's typical of management. In management, is not one jacket fits all. What is happening today might be different from what is going to happen tomorrow, right? So, space management is a controlled and imaginative approach to the management of spaces, and can provide an excellent opportunity to incorporate marketing and image issues, as well as improve staff motivation, productivity, and cost center control. You see, the bottom line is cost. As facility managers, if you must remain relevant, you must be presenting cost reduction initiatives. That's just the bottom line. Dr. Shola was saying something at the introductory part. Late 2023, one of my former students just called me. He read facility management in University of Lagos. So he was managing a facility in Ikoyi, and he brought for him, said that, sir, we are in trouble on my project or on my site. We need help. I said, what's the problem? He said, do you know our PACN bill is already at 6.4 million per month, residential, and our two tenants are taking their landlord to court. So they were confused. They thought the check meters were not working. So that was where we started from. I said, oh, okay, do you know what? We need to do an audit of the facility. We need to do energy audit. And then they were paying 68 naira per kilowatt hour. We didn't even see this MITO regime coming to play. So we were commissioned to do that audit in November, and by January we were done. We given recommendation, and they implemented about 60% of that recommendation. And that bill came to about 2.8 from the 6.4. Right? Just for us to, at the end of February, we had about the band B issue. In fact, the guy called me said, please, I want to come and see you in the office to appreciate you again. Because you can just imagine where they will have been without those things. So it's very, very important that we do all of this. You know, one of the problems they had in that facility is also about space management. There were 2 swimming pools, one on the ground floor, one on the 4th floor. The 4th floor swimming pool is being used twice a year, at Easter and at Christmas. And there are 2 pumps running 24/7 round the year. So, and that's what is happening in most facilities. The chairman's swimming pool, anytime he comes around, and the man only comes in April for Easter and in December for Christmas. And they said that the swimming pool must always be clean, so that when he comes, as in thinking that the swimming pool does not come at a cost. The cost of treating water, they don't understand. The cost of running the pumps, they don't understand. So, these are issues with managing of spaces. Too much space can impede the productivity of organization by increasing its overhead cost. I've said that insufficient space can also impede because you might be choked and you won't be able to work. So, if not, destroy the motivation and productivity of staff. So, I think I've spoken to that. So, in space management, 3 things are key. What is the space that is available? That's consideration number 1. Right? As the principles. The next thing is, from this available space, who do we give what to? Right? And this space allocation and utilization are like a 2 sides of a coin. Who do we give this space to? Relative to what does it need the space for? Right? So it's very, very important that we understand that these 3 are the fundamental principles that drive space management. So the facility manager needs to initiate a comprehensive space survey to bring up to date the type and use of space available in the building, and to identify mismatches and highlight any associated problems. You see, in space management, you also do what we call routine audit of space. Right? Spaces have to be audited. You understand? For several years, I kept on advocating. They wanted to buy me a very big table in the office. You know, as you grow, they believe that growth must come with your table also grow. I think we are familiar with that. Yes, and the space must also grow. So it has always been a very, very strange thing because, you know, I was already a facility manager before I joined university. So my thinking was different. So there was an HOD that wanted to give me a very big space because he was very pleased with me. I said, sir, I don't need it. He said, take one, put that by. I said, I don't need it. I just want small table. You want more. So I said, I just need a very good table, small table. Because I know the implication of having a very big table. What's the implication? Dr. Shoyinka will tell us. Dr. Shoyinka's table is like a stadium. And you now see like 3 printers on the table. That's what happens. You understand? On that table you see A3 printer, A4 printer, A0 printer. Me, I don't have that kind of space. So where will I put it? It's not going to happen. No table. So that's what happens. And you realize that your A3 printer, in 1 year, you will not even use it. You understand? If the kind of table that I have, if I don't clear my table in the evening before leaving for home, when I come the following day, I won't have where to put my computer. So by that, I must always, this one is not useful, trash it. But when you have the space, push it aside, push aside, push aside. That's what happens. And when you don't need those things, you don't even know where they are. So it's very, very important that we continually do that audit. You see some, in fact, there is one of my very, very senior professor. When you go into his office now, I need to tell you, I said, Prof, this your office is a case study. Because the office is so big that it's now archived. You see things of maybe 1980 something. As in how? Why? Because there is space. have to weed my office from time to time because there is no space. So if I don't do it, I will also have the space. So it's very, very important that in doing the audit, we need to capture the total space which an organization is committed to, the available space at that time, and if there are changes or if changes are required. You understand now? Because spaces, Dr. Additional said something, said the issue of data. Data don't have to be something, in fact, when we talk about data, we feel that data is something that is from somewhere, another planet. Data is what you and I are responsible for. Just a simple Excel sheet to talk about location one. It doesn't need to be perfect. But I can say that in this our organization, we have 15 offices. How will you be a facility manager in an organization? You can't tell us the number of offices in your building. You know, we have facility managers like that. They are not even aware. I remember that we did an audit for one organization several years back before I went to university. When we started presenting the report and we are showing pictures, then was asking me, he said, Femi, are you sure all these places are within this building? We said yes. He's not even aware. And that organization had a facility manager. So we need to capture those things. They are very, very important. You understand? So that we can always, in fact, sometimes when you are talking about cost of maintenance, your management will continually quarrel with you because they don't even understand the space that you are maintaining. They don't know the magnitude. You know, these are some of the things that if you are not on the same page with someone, you know, I'm sure we can relate with. Let me give you an example that you can relate with. Right? You are trying to feed a family and you don't know the number of people that are going to eat the food. I'm sure you know that the way that quarrel used to be. You understand? The woman is saying, what we need to cook for this maybe Easter period that is coming is 300,000. And you are saying, kilo share for how many people? Is that not the question you will ask as the man? How many people are we cooking for? The same thing with space. You are saying we need 100 million for what space? So that's one of the things that we need to take home from this space management training. So then that takes us to space allocation. You see, you know, we are trying to look at the principles, you know, that dovetail into space management. The objective of space allocation are one, to establish a valid and agreed system and policy of space standards and their allocation. What is the standard? In the university, for example, they say the policy is that once you are a senior lecturer and above, you must have a personal office. Do you understand it now? It's an issue. That's a policy issue. Do you understand? So in organizations too, you must know what policy governs the use of your space. You know, you have low-level managers, middle-level managers, top-level managers. If you don't have that policy, as a facility manager, you can initiate the development of that policy. For the MD, what is the minimum space that the MD requires? Right? Is it 40 square meters? The deputy managing directors, what do they require? If you have GX, do you understand? So you can actually know what space. Not that somebody, you know, most times what happens is that when there are no policies, people do what they like. Right? And now, much more than ever, spaces are becoming more expensive. Then you remove all concept of localized ownership and link future allocation to department or individual performance. This issue of localized ownership, do you know when you don't have space policy, there are problems. I don't know how your organization works, right? But I can tell you that, for example, in the public sector, we've had issues. We've had instances whereby people are assigned quarters, and those quarters go into their will when they are preparing will. I don't know whether you have heard about that before. It's what I have seen. I sit as a member of the board of the university property. So I'm a board member. right, of the University Property and Development. And when you see some things, you remove your glasses and say, you see people coming to appear before the board and arguing, and they will bring will. See, he has willed it to us. Will what? Land inside the University of Lagos, not even outside. How? Your father must be a drunkard when he was writing this will, he was be drunk. But that's what is happening. And don't let me deceive you, we cut across different parastatals and organizations like that. And that's why sometimes organizations lose assets that are not within the view of the organization. Some of those ones that we are talking about is because we can see them. And when audits are being done, questions are asked. But when you have those things in remote locations, what happens? And it happens to organizations too. Organizations have interest, they have assets elsewhere. Have you all seen official vehicles go into wheel? Some official vehicles are even lost inside in people's compound, premises. I can't remember, I went somewhere and I was seeing, yes, on Sunday, I saw a federal something vehicle, truck. I know that truck has been there for like 3 years. As a how? That one is lost. So, and this is what happens when people have localized ownership to official spaces. And we can also have that in offices. You are telling someone, sir, you want to move your office to another place. Say, why? Who are you? I've been using this office for the past 5 years, and so. But because there is no policy, those things will be taken as what? As personal. Right? So, then you need to scrutinize all bids for space or requests for space in terms of their cost and space effectiveness and the short, medium, and long-term perceived benefits to the individual or organization. People will also come to meet you as facility managers to say that, oh, I need a bigger office. Right? Even if you are doing the right thing. I need a bigger office, I want to change my floor, I can no longer be on the third floor, I want to be on the ground floor, and all of that. So you need to evaluate all of these vis-a-vis these considerations. So I think I've mentioned all of these, who owns the space and why. So as a general guideline, allocation is meant to be functional based on hierarchy, job description, or a combination. For example, I've given an example, maybe for MD, you can have 80 to 130 square meters, or for GMs, maybe 80 to 60 square meters, and so on and so forth. So those standards need to be set vis-a-vis what the person is meant to do, right? The kind of space that is required for that thing that person is to do, and so on and so forth. So the last principle is the issue of utilization. Utilization for facility managers talks about how do we use the space, right? And this has to do with strategy. The objective of space utilization is born of the fact that there is a need for what? Regularly reviewing the occupancy of building, right? Apply the agreed space standards, consider alternative solutions, and optimize the use of either your assets or the estate. And some of these examples are born out of the fact that organizations are now becoming dynamic, right, and fluid. We now have working from home, right, in some organization. If your organization has adopted working from home policy, which we see that is on the increase now, why should we still be keeping large spaces for those members of staff? So that's a very good question. Some organizations now still do 2 days on site, 3 days working from home. So why should I not still give you large space? And for some people, you can even have some kind of work that you only come to the office maybe once or twice a month, and you are still keeping spaces that you are locking up, and cleaners are still being paid to come and clean the premises and all of that. Those are costs that can actually be adjusted or moderated. And we have space utilization options based on the things the way things are evolving now. You can have home working or teleworking. You can have hot desking, you can have hoteling or breakout. For example, this hot desking is such that when you come, there is actually a common space. You have workstations. When you come to the office, you have a place to sit and to work. No particular space for anybody. You come, you sit down, and you do your work. When you are done, you go back home. You understand? So these are some of the options that are being harnessed by organizations in recent time. Then we can also use AI. You know, AI is not our friend. You have different artificial intelligence for different things. AI can play a transformative role in space planning. They can predict, optimize, and adapt spaces for smarter and more efficient building environments. Right? So we have we have the different types of generative space planning AI, right? That can actually generate space allocation based on the prompt that you give it to them. And I've given examples of some of them. You have the room planner, you have AI, you also have, we have conversation with ChatGPT, ordinary ChatGPT. So we have the rooms GPT, right? So these are AIs that can actually give, you just need to say that, okay, I have 20 square meters or I have 50 square meters and I want to allocate it to 4 different staff members. Please give me allocation options. And if you generate designs, maybe 2 or 3 designs for you. You understand? So this is where we are as facility managers and what we need to be doing. So conclusively, the objective of space planning and space management is to determine if the space currently available will accommodate the perceived requirements or there is need for proposed changes. Also to highlight any problem areas and provide solution. The need to plan space is generally driven by increases in head count or reduction in staff strength. So as facility managers, we need to be proactive, and the proactive facility managers must also recognize that it can be driven by decrease in these areas, such as due to adverse economic conditions. They need to consolidate on an organization operations, or simply they need to reduce overhead. So, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your attention. So,
that's a wonderful presentation. Can we appreciate him once again? Before we take the next presentation, we give like 2-3 people opportunity to interact with this module. If there are any areas of clarification, questions, and contribution, we can take it from there. Okay. Come closer so that we can have you.
Just an observation. Good morning. My name is Omalayo. My observation is that the...
Come closer, sir. So that
okay, thank you.
Those online can see.
Okay, my observation is that the presentation was fantastic. Really enjoyed it. But I think we can have, or I'm asking if we can have the material for it. Unfortunately, I checked through the material given here. It's very different from what was presented. So it would be more appreciated if the other lectures can go along with what we have here, and if we can get the material for this one just presented. Thank you. Good job.
Thank you very much. Just a quick question. You see, what you have in your study pack is for you to be able to answer questions when you are dealing with Alice. But this is more a robust, and you see all the example is localized. Okay, but if you find yourself in UK or Ireland tomorrow, those packages in Alice will be useful for you. So I don't think
yes, and I think we also need to, like I said, you see, up to this morning, this content was still being revised because things are changing. You understand? What you have, like I used to tell my students, if I give you something to, if you ask me to come back with this thing in the evening, it will have changed. Because as facility managers, we are always learning, lifelong learning. Things are changing. You understand? The concept of AI is relatively new. So some of us, we keep on doing research. What are we doing now? Sometimes you have brief on the problem, you think of the problem and you are like, oh, this can also go into what people can learn from. You had it. So you see that the slides have changed drastically. You understand? To actually speak to the current need, and like you have said, we are trying to marry two realities. You have an online test to take, which is domiciled in the UK. It's quite different from the reality that we face here in Nigeria. You understand? But of course, the material will be shared so that you further boost our knowledge. So thank you.
Thank you for that.
Then there is a particular situation right now in my organization. The secretary to the head of the department for administration now, in his office he has about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, about 5 cabinets. And when you get into that office, it's all filled with files. Everywhere is littered with files. And he still came with a request that he needs a wall shelf. And when you were during your presentation, you were talking about 1980 files. We still need them. They still go back to, as in, for reference purposes. We cannot just discard them. Now, that's when I enter into that office, I'm always thinking, what can we do? How can we reduce all these cabinets here, this cabinet there, wall shelf there, and they are still making requests that, oh, we still need to buy more shelves. And you're talking of reducing the space, and it's only person using this office. If I should reduce the space now, it's going to create another problem. I'm looking at a way to make that office appealing. You enter into there and you know that you are invented into a befitting office. Now, this is my challenge now, still on this space management. So I don't know how I can shed my life.
Thank you very much, madam. No wonder. I saw that your attention was different from the attention of every other person when I was delivering the lecture. Now, do you know the funniest part of it is that sometimes you request for something in the office and if you take them 3 weeks, they are still looking for it. Despite the fact that they have those 20 shelves. You understand? That is typical of what was happening in the university. Somebody comes, they are finished from the university, he says, give me my results. And what is what I have worked for, give me my transcript. And it takes eternity. And they begin to lobby people like us, and notify me, I'm about to lose a job in Canada. Go to I need transcript. And we have that problem. Because that is not the way to go. The way to go is automation. So let's tell the university, we need to automate all of these things. Right? And the scanner to automate, the university say, no, 50 million naira, it's too expensive, you cannot buy. Okay, if you cannot buy, let's beg people. And the university was able to beg, and somebody donated the scanner. And you know now, all those things are not being transformed into electronic copies. So that's the way to go. So we need to automate. So please note it down. Otherwise, before you know it, the whole of the organization will become shell. You understand? And my problem is not even about the space alone. Is that when you don't need that file, they cannot even locate where that thing is. But like, in fact, if you ask me the first question I said when I entered University of Lagos, in just 2 minutes I'll get it from the cloud. I don't do anything as in right, and I learned it from FM. You know, I told you I was a facility manager before joining the university, and it's important in everything I do. If I'm not with this computer now, this is my tab. Everything about me I can access from the cloud. So you have cloud storage, and it's reliable. There is nothing like fire. The day that thieves came and I entered one chance, I was telling them, I said, see, now my computer has password, will let me unlock it for you. This one has password. Because I know that the moment I'm able to get out of your hand, I will recover all my files. And that's what makes you FM. All I need to do is to change the password of those cloud storage so that you don't also have access. If you are trying to access it, and all my files withdraw. So now is to the way to go is to automate. Sometimes that's why we have organization. Somebody goes home with file because he's not happy with something. Yeah, and he's retiring, and that is the end of that file. You can't find it. All the shelf, the person is on leave. You cannot access the shelf. So please, let it be. Just propose to the organization that the way to go is to automate. Don't give another shelf. Thank you.
I think that is more instructive.
Yeah.
I work in an organization that we are loaded with this kind of challenge. This document, and we call it reading. In my place, we call it, I work in a library. Every resources in library, you are not to take it. You don't think, the more older they are, the more valuable they become. And you cannot throw them away. So we read, automate them, cast them to the archives. But if you need them, you can go online and get them for you. Meanwhile, those ones that are archived, they are treated such that they don't become blissful and fade away. So, any other contribution? I think this will be the last one.
Yes, sir. My question is this. I'm a town planner and I work with Lagos State Government. And one of the process of granting planning permits is that after the architect might have completed the drawing, so the drawing is based on its own expertise. We have done it, we look at it, and we okay for approval, which is that's approval granted. It is what is expected, that is the owner should put on the ground. So as a facility manager, at what point does our service is needed? At what point in time when this type of something is going on? But the only thing I'm not seeing now is that I'm taking note is that probably by the time I get back to the office, I'm going to initiate and tell them that there is need for inclusion of a facility manager in that process. So, but I want to ask now, at what point do we need the function of the facility manager in that process?
Thank you very much. That's a very good question. In fact, the question cuts across everybody. It's not only for the organization. You see, the scope of FM varies from organization to organization. And in principle, what FM does is that you provide every other support services other than that core service area of your client. Right? If you are working as a facility manager in that office, you are going to provide every other support services other than the service of an architect, which in this case is to do assessment and evaluation of what is being submitted. What does that mean? You are talking about all the utilities that are within that space, right? Because you need office space, you need AC, you need lighting, you need to do for the work to be done, right? Except in other cases where other things are now being specified, but you are made to provide service that is going to complement all of that thing that the internal architects require to deliver their results. You know, in terms of vetting drawings and approving. So there is no border. You understand now. So it depends. If they need tea, do you know that all these catering services is FM? Yes. You understand? These are part of our facility managers for today, for this training. If I need additional doctor now, it's their work, it's FM's work. You understand? Even that catering, security, okay, I thought my president was already now using that to request for something. So that's the way it works. I think that answers your question. So every other thing, so if it's not defined, right? If you don't have a defined support scope, then you can begin to generate one as a facility manager to say that, okay, what do they do in this office? Evaluate and approve drawings, right? What are the things that surround that? other than the architect's work, then you can list all those and present it to maybe your departmental head for endorsement and approval, and if you need inclusion, so that you are laying a process. You see, all of these things that we call process, we are the process, is what we start that will begin to continue and people will consolidate on it. That's the way it works. I think that answers the question. Thank you.
Let me add my voice to that. Your question, I think you asked the question that at what point should the facility managers be involved? Yes. The same question goes to the project managers too. Because in Nigeria, project managers always come on board during the construction phase. But it is ideal the project manager comes in at the design phase so that to coordinate. So I will also suggest that for very complex facilities, it is expected that the facility managers come in right from the beginning so that he understands the nitty-gritties of the construction of that facilities to be able to manage it appropriately.
Just to lend my voice to that, 2006, 2004, I was converted from a builder to a facility manager for the purpose of construction of National Library headquarters in Abuja. And the point is, they wanted somebody who has that building background to be part of the facility management package for the future of that program. So I've retired from that place today, but they still call me on the basis of facility management to come and help them with some information and guide them, because I've been part of the program from 2006. Recently, the project has been suspended for a while, but they are trying to resuscitate it. Because of that information that is already domiciled with me, they still have to call. So I think that will help us to have either a project manager or a facility manager to be part of the design team going forward, to be able to maintain and manage the property after the construction period. Thank you. We have online a contribution from Mr. Bioda Adeniyi Aturamu. Is that space planning benefits include but not limited to optimize functionality, efficient use of space, safety, aesthetics, and etc. That is his contribution. But we have online a one-hands freezer, Augustina Orama. Let's take her contribution or people online might not feel marginalized. Can you unmute yourself or the Augustine? Can you unmute yourself?
Yes, good morning everybody. Please confirm you can hear me.
Yes, confirm.
Yes, we can hear you loud and clear.
Okay, Dr. Jesus, thank you for the lectures. My question goes, do we have a standard for space allocation, both in building, residential building, factories, and water building? We have a standard for space allocation. Let's say we have we have our total room and all this. We have a standard for space allocation for different spaces we need in building, different kinds of building, both private and industrial building. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much for that question. We have several standards, several. In fact, like I said, the starting point when I started my presentation, I made reference to anthropometrics, right, which actually deals with spaces, especially for buildings, for factories, spaces where human interactions are required. You know, human space interaction is the concept of anthropometrics. And I want to believe that you can actually look up for, there is actually a book called Anthropometrics, authored by Newfat. You understand? Architecture data, right, by Newfat. You will find it very, very useful. Now, when you are now done with that, which deals with basic concept, then you now have several sub-standards for different other things, right? Ranging from ISO publications to various countries' regulation. You know, for example, if you are talking about power room, for example, there are specifications as to what space should be provided for power room. You understand? And that's why I say that as facility managers, you know, the depth of knowledge that you require, as in, I don't know how to emphasize it. You must be on top of your game by learning. And that's why the question I asked is the initial question that was asked. I also have reservations to Dr. Shoyibe's submission, because you see, when you are being involved on a project at the design stage, it's something that I don't know how to put. It's a very, very complex something. Depending on your background, don't forget that FM welcomes everybody, because we have different areas within the FM that you can actually clean. Somebody with security background that comes into FM is a facility manager, but that person cannot contribute. You understand? Because you are a licensed as a facility manager, you can't contribute to factory design. So there is a caveat. It's a different kettle of fish. You know, I remember I was on the interview of World Bank for the post of facility manager some years back, and one of the panelists told me that the reason why you have come this far is because of your construction background. So although they are sourcing for facility manager, but they are particular about the background, and I'm sure some of us must have seen advert about facility management, and you see them insisting on some particular requirements as to background. Even though we are all facility managers, what is the task that is in question focusing on? If it's telecommunications, for example, Dr. Shoyibe is going to be a better facility manager because his background is in communication and telecommunication and related projects. Do you understand? If you take him to Nigerian Army FM, he's going to be to now be managing armored vehicles and the lights and signals. So I think that answers your question. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, no, please, so that answered my question. Sorry for disturbing.
No, you are not disturbing.
That answered my question. Now, my challenge now is, yes, we have a standard, and a client has gotten you involved with a space of XY square meter, and looking at it with their needs, different spaces they need, and this XY square meter, following the standard, all this their space requirement cannot fit in. What do you think? How we are going to advise the client in allocation of space for those their various space requirements?
Thank you very much. I think this workshop is becoming very interesting. You see, in the early 90s, I want to give you a practical example. There is actually the British standard that has to do with electrical services in buildings. So, in the early 90s, that's BS, I think 75, 76 or 76, 75, I will confirm that on my system. So, the standard came up to say that if you are making provisions, let me give you a typical example. For electrical sockets in spaces, it gets the minimum number that is required. It says for sitting room, it should be minimum of 8. That when you are having sitting room, you must not have less than 8 double sockets in the sitting room. In bedroom, it says 4. In kitchen, it says 6. And people in the UK started protesting. Why do you say 8 in sitting room? What if my sitting room is small? If my sitting room, like this argument. So that standard was reviewed in 2021, and now it now says if you your sitting room is between 10 square meter to 15 square meter, you must have 8. If it's between 10 square meter and 10 square meter, you must have 10. So, you see, facility managers must source for knowledge. There is no ability to that knowledge. So, you must actually do that space planning layout. I have said it. One, install Microsoft Visio. Microsoft Visio may help you. So, you can now look at the street agreement. So, that street agreement has given to you. You need to do some basic design and go and show him. See, the client will never appreciate what you are saying until he sees it in black and white. I have seen people inviting us to say that, oh, I want to convert this space to two bedroom apartment, 1 unit of 3 bedroom. The client is telling you that I want to convert it to two bedroom, and you expect and you say, sir, this thing is not possible. You say, that's what I want, but you say it's not possible until you do the various designs to show that it's not possible, because in the eyes of the man, he's not ready to listen to anything. That's what he wants. So I think what we need to be doing as facility managers is to enhance ourselves, just like we are doing now. With these standards, you now say, sir, the minimum requirement for a bedroom, for example, is maybe 8.5 square meters. So if you remove 8.5 square meters from here, maybe 4 of such, because you're asking for 4 bedroom, the space is eating up. Where will the sitting room be? It's only there that the man can listen. Do you understand it now? So if you don't have those superior arguments, what is superior argument in the academics? If you don't have that superior argument, you will be appearing as if you don't know what you are doing. You understand? Meanwhile, you may be correct. So it's not just enough to just argue. It's much more important to place rules or standards on paper so that the person too can actually appreciate it and be on the same page with you as a facility manager. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
One question. I just want to make a massive comment. We are all from the built environment. And unfortunately, we have a town planner here. I think the first step in space planning starts in town planning. Because in every layout, even the rural area, they are the ones that are getting to housing. You have no medium high. Schools, hospitals, markets, then you have industrial area, heavy light industries. So obsession to is a shoreline harbor, recreation and all this. So the first stage of space planning actually commences with plan planning. And in Nigeria, we want to follow it. There is a project in the Madam now. The land is actually 100 by 200, but we divided into 4 and sold out. It's low density. But now, because of the high cost of land, it has been partitioned into 4, each going for 58 million naira. So if the planning laws are regulated and obeyed, in space meant for low density, on low accounts, you will be partitioned. Like our Osborne layout, Alexander Brown, in those days. So we designed for colonial master, the minister there, and it was low density. The football field, where there is so much land before the main building, and the servants at the extreme end. But what is it now? We butchered it, which is what we are known for in Nigeria now. Any good thing, we butcher it. Town planner, I wish you have something to see, because this is your area of socialization, and that is where facility management comes in. Now, from all the vast field, but the combination of our knowledge is what is facility management. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. There are concerns online. How will they get this resource material? I think that concerns have also been expressed here. For all those that are concerned, there is a platform for all the participants. Most all the resource presentation and this workshop will be shared on that platform so that we can take it from there. There is a black seriously behind schedule. We need to move fast, and I want to beg our next presenter to reason with us. Dr. Julius has used his veto power to hit all our time with all those very incisive presentation. Kindly join me to welcome to the microphone Dr. Aliu Shoyinge. We are going to take technology and telecommunication in FM. Thank you. You are welcome. Put your hands together. Let's appreciate him so that he can manage our time.
Yes. I'm here to anchor the second module, that is technologies in facilities for facilities management. And that is the outline of my presentation. Why the need for technologies in facilities management? Then we will also go through the emerging technologies for facilities management practice. From there, we look at few of the challenges to deployment of technology in FM. And the big question, how do we move forward? And finally, the conclusion. As I have been mandated that I should be time conscious, I will also put that into consideration. Why the need for facilities? Why the need for technologies in facilities management? I put up few reasons why we must think of embracing the innovative technologies in facilities management practice. The first is the word and the practice of facilities management is continuously evolving. As Dr. Faremi said, at the moment, what we do as facilities management is somehow limited based on the scope that we agreed with or agreed with the client. However, as the scope keeps on becoming broader, we will need to put appropriate technologies into action. Secondly, facilities management practitioners are tasked, that is, facility managers are overburdened, and this overburden arises from the fact that there is need for cost reduction, efficient operations, and improved service and better work environment, that is health, safety, and environment. So, as I said earlier, that what many facilities managers focus on, as far as facilities management is concerned, is just the facility itself. But there is an emerging areas that we also need to put or add into what we do as facilities managers, that is health, safety of occupants. Then it is known that facilities managers are regarded to as a jack of all trades. Then it now depends on you. Are you master of none or master of all? Master of all, yes. That is, you have so much expectations from the users to deliver. So in that case, as a woman, there is limit to what you can do manually. So for you to perform effectively and efficiently, you need to deploy technologies.
Then competitive edge among the facilities management firms. How do you stand out among your peers? You should be seen doing things differently and better among your peers. So in achieving that, technology is very important. Last but not the least is the disruption caused by pandemic. We should, in fact, pandemic has come and it will continue to come. We should expect what we experienced during the time of Ebola was not as severe as what happened during the time of COVID-19. And it is our prayer that we should not see any form of pandemic that will be greater than COVID-19. But so far we are still alive and we should prepare for unexpected. So we will go through few of these emerging technologies that can be deployed in facilities management. Dr. Farelli has said a lot about space planning tools. I will not bother myself on that. Okay, so another technology is touchless workplace technology. During the time of COVID-19, we would discover or recognize that sanitizer is always everywhere. Why the need for sanitizer? Because it is expected that there is something that everyone will be touching, most especially in public places. If you want to have access into a facility, you need to open the door, touch the handles, and immediately they will say, okay, sanitize your hand, and so on and so forth. So with this touchless workplace technology, there is no need for you to touch any form of handles before you have access into the facilities. And also HVAC systems. As they have said, there are some spaces that are remotely designed in such a way that when you come in, when the sensors senses human in that interior, the light automatically comes up. Okay, for instance, if this space is designed for 100 occupants and you are just sitting at a corner trying to work, there is no need for the whole lighting system to come up. Okay, so once you mount yourself at a place, the lighting system at that point senses your presence and comes up. And once you exit that environment, the light goes up. So these are the beauties enshrined in touchless workplace technology. And all these are tailored to what? Efficiency, savings in cost. Then we also have advanced HVAC technology. Yes, we should begin to think about this advanced HVAC technology. I have a friend in Kuwait who is into HVAC, and he shared his experience with me that while the headquarters of the company is in Kuwait, they have a lot of clients, facilities they are managing across the Gulf countries. And he said that they don't need to be on those facilities, that they monitor those facilities, they monitor the HVAC system right from Kuwait. That whenever there is a fault in any of those installation systems, they simply call a vendor in those countries to say, okay, go to so facilities, go and check this system, do this, do that, and so on and so on and so forth. So this is possible through Internet of Things. We also have building management systems. This is essentially a computer system that is responsible for coordination and control of electrical and mechanical equipment used in premises. So these services include lighting, ventilation, power systems, and so on and so forth. So what this building management system does is to
gather data through sensors for you to be able to know the performance of those facilities. You don't need to be there physically to see what things are, but with the installation of sensors, you will be able to monitor the performance remotely from wherever you are. Yes. So another beauty of a building management system is that it is a system that prepares you ahead of any danger. For instance, if there is going to be a system, a kind of journey, okay, between an escalator and a lift and an escalator systems, okay, it will trigger you ahead for you to be able to know that there is a danger ahead, and this danger can be as a result of detection of a fire threat and so on. So those are the beauties of building management systems. So another one is business asset management software. This manages assets and contributes to capital planning and purchasing using data. It performs cost analysis to determine whether it makes the most sense to repair or replace aging building systems or equipment. These are decisions that we take as facilities manager, either to replace, okay, or to repair. So this building asset management systems offers you the best advice or the decision to make. So it also estimates the asset performance based on runtime usage. That is to say, at any point in time, you know you can estimate or you can come up with the running cost of your facilities. It also gives you or make provision for data bank on previous inspections, failures, and repairs. And it also gives you the schedule of preventive maintenance activities and also assigning of work orders. Yes. Building information modeling technology, that is BIM. I will spend a little time on this to be able to look at what areas we can deploy BIM to in facilities management. BIM is a management process rather than a model. Yes. What comes to mind when we talk about building information building information modeling technology is the model that appears in it, but it is beyond the model. It is a collaborative platform where all designers relate, communicate, do what they need to do, okay, remotely, without any form of clash. Okay, so the models there is that you can start your BM activities on 2D, that is our normal 2D presentations. Those documents, those presentations we send for approvals. That is in form of plans, elevations, and sections. They are 2D. In some cases, some architects go into the next dimension, that is 3D, where you can see everything in X, Y, and what? Z. You can begin to add other dimensions to it. It can also become 4D, whereby you add the cost to it, the cost of the facility. That is 4D. It can also be 5D, where you add the schedule, the time to it. It can also be what? 6D, where you add the quality. It can also be 7D, where you add the health safety information and so on and so forth. So the choice is yours, okay, to determine the level of the number of Ds you want. So that is what the platform offers.
So it's also the process of creating and managing the digital models of physical buildings. Let us quickly go through the benefits of BIM. It enhances better communication and cooperation among all project team members. Considering our traditional method of collaboration, the first designer that will render his or her service as far as building production documentation is concerned is the architect. And in most cases, if the architect hasn't completed his design, is it possible for the structural engineer to go ahead or other consultant to go ahead? No. But there is a level of progress an architect can go. Okay? If all the consultants, designers are on a platform, there is a level of progress an architect can go that will enable the structural engineer to start his own designs. It is not in most cases that architect must complete 100% before a structural designer starts. And that applies to other designers as well as the quantity surveyors. But with the traditional approach of managing design, everyone does what they do in silos. Is that clear? Everyone does what they do in silos. But on this collaborative platform, the beauty of it is that whatever the architect is doing, other designers are seeing it. Because there is a repository where all the outputs of the architects are stored. So it is now the responsibilities of other designers to be monitoring, going along with the architect in ensuring that, okay, at this level, I can also initiate my designs. Okay, that is the beauty of one of the beauties of building information modeling. And with this, there is usually reduction in time spent on designs. Okay, if with the traditional approach, I have to wait for an architect to complete the design, 100% before I can move on, and so on and so forth. But with this, I don't need to wait until he completes his design. I can initiate my design as he progresses. And in that case, it reduces the time spent on design. And the most important aspect of it is that this collaborative platform enables everyone to detect clashes. What I mean by clashes is many of us who are involved with building production management will realize that oftentimes when we get to execution phase, a structural designer must have designed some structural components, not putting into consideration that services ducts or pipes will pass through those structural components. Whereas from the angle of the MEP, services engineers, he has introduced some pipes in the structural components. And those things are hardly detected, okay, until when the construction starts. I witnessed that on one of my projects when the structural engineer said, no. He did not make provision for 75 trailing pipes to pass through the columns. And that really delayed the project for some weeks before it was now finally resolved. But with this big collaborative platform, as everyone is doing his or her bit, everyone is saying it. A structural engineer has designed the beams and columns. Maybe next tomorrow, the MEP engineers has introduced pipes in some beams and columns. So they can easily resolve that conflict in the sense that the structural engineer can now go back and revise his design to be able to accommodate for the service pipes. So These are other numerous benefits of BIM. BIM and FM. BIM at post-construction phase offers the following benefits among others. Generation of as-built. If you are on BIM platform, as the case of traditional design platform, which we do everything manually without proper what? Coordination. It is how many of us come up with as-built drawings at the end of our projects? How many? None. Yes. It is a major problem. We hardly come up with what? As-built drawings. And the implication of that is that my brother said something here. What is approved is not what is what? Built. So if we do not build exactly what we designed or approved, something is wrong. If we do not come up with what? As built drawings. But if the design is initiated on BIM platform, whatever changes you are making will be reflected. So automatically at the end of the project, the as-built drawing is what? Generated. So having said that, we can also develop our as-built drawings through what we call 3D scanning, that is scan to BIM. Okay, many projects, many facilities have been built without it being done on a BIM platform. But that does not mean that we cannot bring it back to the BIM platform. We can do that as facilities managers through 3D scanner. 3D scanner can scan the whole building, okay, and turn it to what? Built environment, which we can begin to appreciate. A good example of that is it the Second Niger Bridge? I think, is that the name of the bridge? Second Niger Bridge, yes. Built by Julius Berger. Yes. That bridge is now on the BIM platform. Though the design and construction wasn't, but there is an engineer who is vast, and he happens to be, I think, the first that acquired 3D scanner and was able to demonstrate the use of scan to BIM on that project. Is a known figure. It also aids financial assets management of facilities, and it also assists the simulation of operation during emergencies, and it also promotes performance monitoring. That is to say, when your facilities is on BIM platform, you can monitor what happens to the facilities remotely from anywhere you are. And you can also visualize future reconfiguration. That is, whenever you want to retrofit, as Dr. Faremi said, spaces designed, assigned cannot be that all true. There will be need for us to rearrange or to reconfigure our spaces. So you can visualize this on the BIM platform. We also have machine learning and artificial intelligence. So artificial intelligence using computer systems to perform complex tasks that previously required human intelligence. That is speech recognition, visual perceptions, and decision making. Artificial intelligence is now a popular trend that we need to embrace as facilities managers, and these are the opportunities offered by this technology. We also have machine learning. Machine learning is also a form of artificial intelligence that enables building systems to automatically collect and analyze data and predict the outcomes from experience without being programmed. So all these are what artificial intelligence and machine learning can offer. So, in conclusion, this can help FM correct issues before it becomes a bigger problem, because information, we have a repository arena where information about that facilities are being recorded, and these facilities are processed, okay, to come up with an output that can be used by facilities managers appropriately. We also have smart building technology. Smart building technology are automated processes powered by IoT. So smart building elements, intelligent lighting, heating, cooling, and security allow FM to be more responsive, efficient, and proactive. A good illustration of that is, I moved from telecommunication to join the services of the University of Lagos. So mostly what I do then was to manage facilities of MTN, and the little experience I had in managing MTN based transceiver stations across the country then was that we hardly do things manually. In MTN based transceiver stations, we have facilities there, okay? When there are sensors that when the darkness sets in, the external lightings come up. Also, we have 2 generator sets on a standard site, in addition to the public power. So whenever the public power goes off, there is a sensor that will trigger the generators, one of the generators on. And those 2 generators, we have what we call master generator and the servant. Okay? One will be working permanently, while the second one will be servant. In the sense that when the master breaks down, the servant takes up. Yes, automatically. Okay, so and right from the head office, they know that this generator, the master generator, is faulty, and they send technicians down there to repair it, and so on and so forth. Even in terms of vandalization and theft, this whole site nationwide monitored remotely from head office, and they have agreements with police, Nigerian police. Okay, so when they see any funny movement around their installation, they signal the police, and they quickly deploy their officers to the site. And that was also the case of Indians. When an Indian firm acquired Airtel some years back, there was that shout and protest, because when the Indian firm acquired Airtel, they said they don't need a large number of employees anymore, that they can monitor their installation in Nigeria remotely right from India. What makes that possible? The implement of what? Technology. So we can also do that as facilities managers in managing our facilities. Yes, wearable technology. Wearable technology like Fitbits and smartwatches have existed for years and continue to be popular. Yes. As facilities managers, we are prone to some hazards on the facilities we manage. As facilities managers, we go to your power room. If there is any leakage in your power room, how do you know? But there are these wearable devices, okay, that will prompt you, okay, of any potential high voltage, okay, in an environment. And most of the officials of the power holding companies, okay, they are always wearing those wearable devices. Technology like smart patches help facilities leaders improve the security of personnel and company data by restricting access to a building or part of the building to only specific individuals. Wearable devices also enables FM to collect data on employee work patterns, space occupancy, and resource utilization. So these are benefits or advantages of wearable devices. Sustainable and risk management solutions. We can also deploy several of these technologies in managing risk on our facilities. We also have virtual reality and augmented realities. These are superpowers technology. Virtual reality, Dr. Farede spoke a little on that. Okay, you can feel the real world of your facilities in a digital form. Okay, that is virtual reality. Augmented reality is adding all other environmental conditions, features to it. As the facilities managers, you can see this is illumination here. Depending on the task you are to do, there is required illumination level, isn't it? And we also know that most buildings that source their illumination from a natural source, okay, should be careful in the sense that when there is darkness, when there is no brightness, okay, outside the building, it affects the level of illumination within the building. You can begin to simulate all this to be able to know the level of illumination you will provide in addition to natural illumination. So all these are what augmented realities offer. Yes. Another beauty of AR is that it alerts. AR alerts can improve knowledge of the surroundings. That is, whatever happens around your facilities, okay, can be triggered, okay, so that you'll be able to know what is happening around your facilities anywhere you are. It is also helping to steer clear of high voltage assets. I've said that, hot places, high-speed machinery, and other hazardous conditions that facility managers or users of that facilities may be exposed to. Challenges to deployment of technology in facilities management practice. Here are a few challenges. One is the slow nature of embracing innovation in Nigeria, or mostly in construction. We hardly tap into the benefit of innovation as quickly as it is in other industries. I don't know whether it is a cause. I don't let me say a cause. Okay, that is to say, we are very sluggish or slowly in tapping into innovations. So in that case, it leads to what we call lagger syndrome. That means we drag our feet, okay, in trying to catch up with what is happening as far as technology is concerned. Then two, high initial capital outlay. Most of these technologies are not cheap in the first instance, but on the long run, they are cheaper. On the long run, they are cheaper. For instance, as facilities managers, we have cases where you will be arguing with your subordinates. We bought 2,000 liters of diesel now, this week. How come it has been exhausted? because there is no record there. But as facilities managers, you must install technologies to monitor the number of hours, okay, the generators work, okay, and to be able to know the rate of consumption of fuel. So you can monitor that, and so on and so forth. Another thing is, why must I put on a heavy generating systems where we don't need such type of or such energy to be consumed? Yes, I advised a company some years ago when they said they were just spending so much on the running of generators. As Dr. Farebe said, and this company, they run 24/7, they don't close down. So what we did was to take the energy audit, okay, during the peak period and after peak period, and we were able to realize that the energy demand after close of business is not so much. So what I did was to advise them to buy a smaller generator that will be put on during off-peak period. So based on this, they were able to save a lot in terms of cost. Then limited expertise in the field. Most of these technologies today is the level of deployment is at low level. So it is as a result of limited expertise in the field. But let us explore our contacts with the few experts that are available so that we can change the trend. Then the diverse nature of industry clients with very little motivation to buy into this technology. Yes, clients are somehow reluctant to buy into this technology, but it is our duty as facilities managers to let them know, okay, the beauty of these technologies. As we say, penny wise pounds foolish. So the natural concentration by construction professionals on services for which they are paid for. Yes, in most cases, the little you have done or the much you have done, the client did not pay you. Why must you think of doing extra? At what cost? So this is also a challenge. The way forward starts slowly or gradually. A journey of several miles starts with what? A step. So no matter how little your deployment of technology is, by the time you try a little and you see the benefits and savings in cost, you'll be encouraged to do more. Take the lead to address the lagger syndrome. The lagger syndrome is that it is like a goal, bottom heavy. Is that clear? Move out of the bottom, okay, to show them that there is beauty in what? Tapping into innovations. Then collaborate with experts. There are some facilities managers that have deployed these technologies. Collaborate with them. You can partner together to get things done. For instance, some big facilities, some big buildings in Lagos can be scanned to be. So, for instance, the head office of First Bank, the head office of GT Bank, the head office of Zenith Bank, you can promote the adoption of this technology with all these monumental buildings. So by the time they see the beauty in it, others will follow. Convince the clients through appropriate means. For instance, running costs. What is the savings? Because every client wants to see the value added. So you can go extra mile to do this on your own and show this to the client so that he can also tap into it. Conclusions. Coming years will be critical for FM market due to growth and spread of FM services. So innovation based on new business models and digitization will be pivotal tool for performance measurement. So digital technology that support FM will enhance the efficiency of facilities managers and their clients. Thank you for listening.
Let us appreciate Dr. Alito's presentation.
Thank you, sir, for that wonderful presentation. Is there any? We take two people this time around because of time. Questions, contributions, observation.
Online, check online.
Okay, just a slight adjustment, a further adjustment. In place of the module 4, as earlier mentioned, for strategic reasons, we'll be taking module 5, the life cycle of assets. That will be taken by Dr. Julius Barry. Okay. Can we appreciate it as it comes to the Okay, thank you very much.
So we want to look at the life cycle of assets. And this module, you see all the modules that we have in Fm01 are very, very important to facility managers, because the first two modules that we are taking now are actually things that we gauge the way we deliver our service as facility managers. This particular one is what will make us to live long as facility managers. Because if you are not careful, for those of us that have been practicing facility management, you realize that it's something that can give you heart attack, right? Because you can actually be worked out. You continue to struggle and struggle if you don't understand some of these concepts that are being discussed. Because there will always be pressure. So, for facility managers to actually do their work with minimal pressure, it's important to understand the concept of life cycle and to know about asset life cycle. And when we talk about assets, there are several things that constitute assets. We know that asset is something that appreciates in value, right? So, and liability is such that you have depreciation. So, we'll be looking at building as an asset, then we look at linear versus circular life cycle. Then we look at asset life expectancy as a determinant of the life cycle management of assets. I think Dr. Akshola mentioned something about life expectancy. Then we'll be looking at life cycle costing and life cycle analysis, at least at the elementary level. Then we'll be looking at asset renewal cycle, and we'll be looking at the application of life cycle cost techniques using the Stadium 974 as a case study. So let's hope that we'll be able to do that in a very, very short period of time, so that I won't be accused of using all the time again. When we talk about life cycle, the concept of life cycle is that for every asset, there is actually an origin. An asset starts from somewhere and it will end somewhere. Like humans, let's take humans for example. Humans have the origin of life in the semen, right, of the father. Then it goes into the womb of the mother, goes through some initial transformation stages in the womb, and it comes outside to continue all of that all through. The same thing with every asset. So the asset begins with what? With the raw material, right? The raw material extraction. Everything is produced from what? From raw material. And that's why, how many of us have heard of the issue of carbon footprint? You know, we are fighting climate change, carbon emission, and all of that now. And there's so much emphasis on buildings. You know, buildings have been accused, in fact, as one of those primary contributors to climate change, because buildings account for about 30% of the CO2 emissions, about 33% of black carbons, about 20-something% of halocarbons, and all of that. And you begin to wonder, is it our building? What is our building the main focus? The truth of the matter is that building in that context is building in the context of its life cycle, right? All the way from the material that is being used to construct, not just when the building is already standing. And cement has been the culprit, you know, because buildings over the years have been cement heavy, and that's why there is so much need for de-emphasizing on the use of cement, because a lot of pollution goes into the production of cement, right? So you see that is at the point of raw material for building, not building as a finished product. So when we talk about life cycle, a lot has to do with the origin, the raw material. The same thing with everything. You see, as facility managers, we don't pay attention to a lot of the specification. For example, look at his laptop now. If you look at the specification, it will tell you aluminum chassis, metallic frame, something. Those things are not just written for the fun of it. They are written so that we understand the raw material that goes into that product. You understand? And what is that information for? Aluminum chassis is going to last longer than plastic chassis. Do you understand it now? So those are the things that are very, very important. There were several years back, I was invited to come and inspect a lift on the island. Said they've been having problem with the lift. So I got there, the man told me, said, "Oh, Julius, tell you you are here. We are coming." I went in, said, "We want to have a feel of how it is," and I was the only one. I went in, I said, "We will meet on the top floor so that we discuss." So I entered the lift, pressed the third floor. When I got to the third floor, I saw him, I said, "You are very lucky, he drives smoothly." He said, Thank you very much. I was worried, where did you plan for the lift to trap me or? And at the end of the day, for the first time, I can't forget the name of that lift, Orona. Because that's the first time I'm coming across that kind of lift. Maybe some of you may have come across them. That was the first time I was coming across lifts with plastic rollers. So I now asked them, I said, "How did you come? How did you get?" So I had to call my lift person who works with Otis. So I called him, I started telling him that I'm somewhere in the Memorial Kuala. This is the issue. The name of the lift is Rona. The man laughed. So he now said, where did they get it from? I now asked him, I said, they went to India or China or something, and he saw the lift and he liked it and he bought it. That's how he got to the building when the building was under construction. So where am I going? Every other thing about the lift is good, but the rollers are plastic. So those plastics are worn out at that time. They are worn out, and unfortunately, the dimensions of the rollers differs from the conventional lift rollers. So you can't even substitute those ones for it. So the guy said to me, he said, Julius, the thing they have to do is to remove that lift. So it tells us how important the material. So another thing for us as facility managers is to be conscious. We need those information. Facility managers don't just look at the surface value of a product. You want to actually inquire of what is that product made of. So the life cycle, the concept of the life cycle is more of a developmental stage. Is a process. It's not just about one position. What is involved in this particular system or in this product. So considering the life cycle or all life of an asset can help us ensure that all values and liabilities are properly considered rather than just the cost of acquisition. Sometimes I also want to cite another example. You see, life cycle and whole life cost is similar. I'm sure some of us must have heard of the concept of cost of ownership, for which most of us are corporate or vulnerable. Now we are in Yaba. Maybe there is a slot shop in Yaba that sells this my phone for maybe let's say 500,000, and the slot shop in Ikeja, the same slot, sells it for what? For 95,000. And you go into the shop and you say, why are you having a price tag of 500,000? Nonsense. My friend bought his own at 495,000 in Ikeja. And the store owner says, that's how we sell our own here. I say, who will even buy from you? And you leave. And you pick your phone, you book Uber to take you to Ikeja. And that Uber takes 8,000 to take you to slots in Ikeja. When you are coming back, it's already traffic time. Another Uber of 12,000 brings you back. That is 20,000. And you come and you say, you wanted to cheat me, Yaba. I got it 495,000 in Ikeja. Those people are thieves. A whole 5,000 difference. You see, you have spent more. The cost of owning that is both the cost of the off-shelf purchase and your cost of transportation. And most of us have that issue. When I wanted to buy my first car, they said, don't buy you. Let's go to Butonu. When we get to Butonu, this one that they are said, those days, most of us, we know that Orobo, Camry, 600,000. When you get to Butonu, it's 500,000. I said to that my colleague, I said, you can go to your Butonu. I want to buy the one that I've seen. Because it's not only that cost is incomplete, right? The kind of high blood pressure that you are going to have before your car comes back after making payment in Butonu, you cannot quantify it. And the way they will drive your car from that very problem to Lagos, they were doing 5 years out of that life, the life of the car. That comes at a cost. Listen, I say by the time you. So, as facility managers, these are things that comes into our cost. We talk about whole life cost, no longer the cost of acquisition. What are the costs associated with this thing? You see people, they will say, come and buy this cheap, the small police case. I'm just for us, I'm saying that part. You understand? It's cheap on the face value, but what is the cost, the overall cost, or the life cycle cost? So, what that means is that most assets go through 4 or 5 main stages during their lifespan. They are the stage at which you are planning for the asset. We have spoken so much about planning. We have the stage of acquisition. We have the stage of using and operating that asset, which often times run concurrently with the stage of maintaining. Right? As you are using, you are maintaining. Then you now have the cost of disposal. You see, most times you don't even think of this cost of disposal. And then the asset can become a very big. Do you know at the cost of disposal, you can actually erode all of the things that you feel that you have saved in the cost of the asset. There is a typical example I used to give to my students. Each time I teach this in the classroom, I say, have you ever owned a very, very problematic car before? You understand? The car is so problematic that you can't sell it because the value that they will buy it for does not make sense. Do you know, each time we cannot sell things, we now want to give it out. At least, instead of for it to be bought as scrap, let me give it to somebody. And you have now called the person, said, Bida Wilson, you see, I want to give you this car. And he says, sure, thank you very much, I will come and pick it. And if you don't see him in 1 week, you are calling me. You can't like I said I gave you. You want me to bring it to you. You understand? That is problem. Because even at the point of disposal, you are still struggling to dispose it. And there are issues, there are assets like that. So these are the things that we need to really consider. However, a greater percentage of an asset life's expenses is spent during what? The operation and maintenance phase. Although other phases are also important. So let's take a building as an example, as a case study. Building as an asset, we can see that several things comes into building. As an asset, we have the production stage, we have the construction stage, we have the occupancy stage, and we have the end of life or end of the service stage when it comes to buildings. So in the end of service or the end of life stage of buildings, materials that have been used to construct building can become a very, very serious environmental burden, or can also be a positive resource that can feed into the production or recycling of generating another building. So as facility managers, because I think our earlier conversation that you raised boiled down to when Dr. Shengbe was responding that, okay, maybe facility managers should be involved at the initial design approval stage. You know, I said I differ. Because how many facility managers even understand the dynamics of material? Do you understand it now? Because when you are coming to that, at that phase, you are trying to actually ensure that the building is operating optimally, minimal defect, and at the end of the day, that the materials are recyclable, right? So it's a long term. You see, sometimes when we clamor or canvas for things, governments takes their time. Thank God that you are also in policy making. They take their time to also do a kind of an evaluation and assessment and an appraisal of all of these things. I remember when Common was trying to push for builders to begin to have a corrosion document stamped. You know, one of the arguments that government advances is that how many builders do we have in the country at the initial stage? Because government said, what we are asking for, we know that is valid, but it's going to create a bottleneck because we don't have enough builders to serve as consultants on projects. So governments don't react the way we do as individuals. You understand? They look at the whole life or greater impacts of the decisions or the request. So, for example, during the production stage, it's very, very important that we look at, because this is where we are. You know, as facility managers, it's not just
about that design. At the production stage, what goes into the building? What amount, I'll give you an example of cement. What amount of cement goes into that, your production? You know, that cannot be a call of any other person than people that are very, very close in construction or close to construction. Maybe you are either a builder, a structural engineer, or maybe material engineer. You understand now? Because that amount of cement, amount of water, amount of wood, most times you see, for those of us that are in construction, we understand what it looks like. Sometimes you are always like the cost divide and dilemma. If I go for marine plywood, a sheet of marine plywood is costing me about maybe 6,000 naira, right? Meanwhile, if I go for ordinary plan, maybe I will get a strip, right, for maybe 3,500, and by the time I'm putting them together, I'm getting the same coverage, which is 35,000. So it's very difficult to justify the need to spend that extra 15,000, right? But what of the potential for reuse? Because your marine plywood, if it's properly handled, you can have maybe 10 or 15 circles of reuse. That your plan, there is no how careful you can be that, not even in this time, that can get more than maybe 2 reuse. Or it's becoming impossible. On Saturday, they were trying to remove in fact, one farm board that has been careful, we did not even allow the thing to animal. As they were trying to remove, I was asking the man, I said, Mr. Olumide, I cannot be accused him. I'm just trying to harass him so that he can be more careful. But I know that the planks are no longer the way they used to be. You understand? So at the end of the day, you just realize that after that single use, everything becomes what? Trash. So these are issues, and by the time I now repeat that process 3 or 4 times, and I'm still saying that it's cheaper for me to go the black way as against the marine board. You know, it's funny, but that's where we are. You understand, as a people. So as facility managers, it's very, very important that we look at this right from the, for example, right from the production stage. We have seen areas where we can actually get value. The same thing with respect to energy. A lot of energy goes into the production of sub-components that makes up the building. When we get to the construction stage, when the building is trying to take its form, several energy is required from different people. The trades related work, carpentry, woodwork, welding, iron bending, all of those things often comes with their own demand for energy, right? So at construction stage, we have substantial need for energy that we need to be conscious of. Then, when the building is now completed, we now have the operation stage or the use stage. And if you look at what we have, the schematic on the screen, you can see that usually all of this pre-construction or pre-operation stage will probably take between 1 and 3 years for a typical project. You project that be conceptualized properly and you have funding. But you now see that operation, maintenance, and renewal stage takes between 30 to 50 years, which is the bulk of the life of that asset. You know, for some assets it's even longer. If the asset has a longer life, and the commissioning or disposal can take 1 or 2 years. Therefore, it is important that we pay attention to what happens at that stage. So we are coming to what using the waste that you are generating as input into the production of something new, right? So the much more you can actually convert your waste into another product, the more circular that your product is, right? But construction, for example, buildings in particular are rather more linear than circular. And that's why when we demolish buildings, the next thing you are thinking of is, where do we dump all of these things? You understand? Because most of them are hardly reused, right? So it's a very, very big issue constituting another environmental concern, especially with the concept of waste and the need to minimize waste. So facility managers have a mandate to advocate for circular life cycle. That is the core, that is where we are, that's where we come in. In everything you are looking at it, can this thing be recycled? Is it compatible for upgrades? Do you know, before I buy something now, I think of upgrades. So people will be asking, why are you thinking like that? Because I'm a facility manager. Can I upgrade this my system? Like I gave you an example. There are some lifts that you may also have some challenges, but because they are compatible, you can upgrade them, right? So you upgrade and it continues to function. But there are some things too that you know that once there is a problem, it's just for it to be abandoned. So for us as facility managers, that's our mandate. We have a mandate to advocate for circular life cycle so that when something comes to the end of its line, it can actually be reconverted as input into another product. So let's look at the life expectancy of assets as a major determinant of life cycle. Now, when we talk about life expectancy, it refers to the length of time for which that product or that asset has actually been designed or is expected to function optimally. You understand? So you can have plus or minus that particular period. Now, the plus or minus, because there are actually some other factors that will influence that life expectancy, right? So the quality of construction has been issue. For buildings, you know, we have most buildings life expectancy 50 years, some of them 80 years. But if it's poorly used, what happens? The building can be run down before that 50 years. That's why, or if it's poorly constructed, you know, for some of us, we probably have developments that are actually being done by developers. You know, all this partnership model, you know, build, operate, and transfer. And you have the man is constructing, and you have an agreement with him that you are going to operate for 25 years, and he's the constructor, he's the contractor. And you just realize that building, at the time you are handing it over to you in 25 years, it's still okay. No, it might still be okay. But in another 3 years, everything will just run down. You'll be wondering. So they have been built such that they are just going to be about 26 or 27 years optimal. You understand? So people that are smart, because organizations go into this kind of JVs, you understand? Even the likes of KPMG and the likes, that's what they do. You know, I was to do a project for KPMG some years back, but I was on my PhD and it was going to affect my program, so I turned it down. The contractor was one that owns the land, right? So they have to provide the funds for the development, so we operate and transfer thereafter. So they've done the first phase, and after the first phase, they could see themselves that by the time this man is handing over this thing, he's going to be handing over scrap. So they now said, no, this second phase, we need a consultant that will be a professional to monitor this this contractor to ensure that does not happen. So somehow somebody gave them my contact, so they invited me over. I had to talk to them. So they were telling me, they said, please, we want somebody that will be like police, that will come and stay on the day. No, I can't do that. I can deploy somebody can be resident. The man said, no, it's you that we want. You have to be resident. So sorry, I can't take it. But that's the way to go. Because they've seen phase 1, and they are sure that phase 1 is bad market. Because the moment we hand over something to you and you just realize that the option is to demolish. Because there are projects like that. So it's very, very important.
Demolish and terminate.
No, it's already terminated. You have transferred. They transferred the job to you now. The transfer has been made to you, but you can't use it. So type of occupancy will also determine the life expectancy. When you have crowded facilities or facilities that have been subjected to extreme pressure beyond what is expected, you also have problem. Then quality of repairs and maintenance is very, very important. Sometimes is this part of the world that we get worried about things. Somebody does repairs for you, and when they are done, your facility or your system is worse than before the repair was carried out. I don't know whether we have experienced it. They've done the repairs, and you are almost regretting. Several years ago, when I was still new in facility management and I was undergoing several trainings, our online people, that means they will okay. And this concept of preventive maintenance was very, 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 we were doing it for clients and it was working. And I wanted to deploy it on a small scale. That if you are doing this still at corporate levels and private projects for preventive maintenance and things are moving smoothly, why can't I be doing it in the house? So I had schedules, and when the time for the schedule is up, I will tell my wife, I say, see, they are coming, they want to come and do maintenance of this and this and this. She said, what is wrong with it? And my response as you are with that is preventive maintenance, because you are not a professional, you don't understand. But not long after I started having problems. You know why? Because they come and do preventive maintenance for me, and that's where you have a problem on that particular machine or device. And the question will be, TV not telling anyone how to break. The reason to go and why was it being that? And you can't rule out, the coalition is very strong, right? Because the guy that comes to do the preventive maintenance is supposed to come with a blower that is normal. You understand? But you come with a blower that until you use that blower to hit a component, the thing will not work. So, or he's supposed to use a blower, he's using brush. And in the place of using brush, he has disconnected the leg of one diode on the panel. And the thing that was working that you feel that okay, dust is already accumulated, it should be dusted, is now no longer working. So these are some of the issues that we have within our own local environment. Quality. What of quality of stairs? Once you remove the one that came with that product, follow up, God bless you. You will say, please, do you know, recently we did some door locks repairs, and I can tell you that the cylinders that I have at home that we have to use to replace some places, they bought new cylinders, and less than 1 week, the keys were no longer coming. So you see issues of substandard, and I'm like, where are we going to? You understand? So you replace something and there is problem. Then we have weather and environmental conditions as another impact. You have natural disaster, right? If you have flood, extreme heat, and all of that over time, they can also impact on the life expectancy of our assets. So life cycle costing or whole life costing is that process of actually estimating how much money will be spent on an asset over the course of its useful life, right from the beginning to the end, the totality of that cost. So whole life costing, this whole life costing or life cycle costing covers an asset cost from the time of purchase or acquisition to the time of disposal, including but not limited to initial capital cost, occupational cost, operational cost or operating cost, and the cost of benefits deriving from the disposal of the asset at the end of its life. All of these are costs that needs to be captured when doing life cycle costing, right? So life cycle costing captures the maintenance of physical asset cost records over the entire asset life. What this means is that decisions around acquisition, use or disposal of an asset can easily be made in a way that achieves the optimum asset usage at the lowest possible cost to the entity or the asset in question. In fact, oftentimes you realize that asset that appears to have a lower initial cost may not be your best option, right? Because one of these applications of the concept of life cycle costing is for us to even make decision as to acquisition. Most times in FM, you have to make decision between alternatives. So making that decision should not just be at the face value. And sometimes your vendor don't also know, because you may actually be trying to make a decision from the same vendor. Let me give an example. Look at this AC. AC is a very, very perfect example. Let's take AC as an asset. If you go to Panasonic, the same Panasonic, let's even streamline to Panasonic. You may get there and you see these two horsepower. Maybe this one is 550,000 naira per unit. And you see another one is 650,000. And you are asking the vendor, this is 2 horsepower, this is also 2 horsepower. Why the difference of 150,000 in price? Oftentimes the response that you had is that that's how it is supplied to us. Now so we buy it. They don't do it. Do you understand? And that's another thing that you need to understand as facility managers. When I want to make procurement, my decision spans sometimes a month. You need to do reviews. Check specification. Why is this different from this? Because there is something. And usually what is different is in the energy consumption rating.
Example, inverter AC and
yeah, even within the inverter ACs. You understand? You see ACs like this. Maybe this one is 2,600 watts, right? Power input rating. And you now see another one that is maybe 1,300 watts, and it's by 100,000 different. I wish that we have a flip card so that we do the maths. Do you know that let's even use calculator to do a simple math. That your 1,200. So you can do it, that is the difference. 1,200, you know that is watts, right? So if you convert that to kilowatts, you have 1.2. Right? 1.2 kilowatts. Times, let's say it's an office where you do 8 hours a day. You understand? Minimum. Times 8 hours a day. Right? Times, you have 20 days a month. Is that close to 20 working days? Times 20 days a month. Then, times if you are on band A. You understand? So, times 209. Yes, now, I pay 209. So, on that AC alone, can you see 40,000 naira per month? That's the energy difference. So, that your 150,000 in 1 year, you see that you have recovered your 150,000. If you pay 150,000 extra, and the rest here becomes savings for you. Otherwise, the same thing means that every month, if you buy that cheaper one, you are paying what 150,000. If you let's put times 12. So you are 481,000, right? Minus when you deduct it from that your 550,000. You see that that's the difference you are paying over. And who says that bank pay rate will not still increase with time? So these are issues of, and there are things that we have seen. I was in Uniben for 4 days for a conference, and we needed to lodge in an hotel. So there was this very big hotel. For those of us that are familiar with that artist, very close to the university, very Palm whatever something. Do you know when I got there? You know, this assessment training is such that when you are done, it's just in your blood. And when I got there and we sat at the reception, we were waiting for our cooking and all of that. I just looked at the TV at the reception, Grundig. Said Grundig. I said, how? I said, because I know that their technology, that's German product. They are not one of those that are driving energy efficiency. You understand? Grundig, wow. I kept quiet. When we got to the room, I saw Grundig. This hotel is a trouble. On the TVs alone, that hotel will be losing about maybe 200,000 every month. And then they won't know. They don't realize that she found when she hotel business they are surviving. Now, why is our own different? They don't like one thing is digging there. And you will notice that probably when that hotel was being built, somebody came to market the TV. Brought brochure, patronize also, TVs are good, without specification. And they say, in fact, I remember those days in the office, they will say, if you can buy 10 pieces, we give you 2 extra. 2 liabilities. So it's very, very important that as facility managers, we pay attention to all of these things. So when evaluating capital investment options, using life cycle cost. I want to read, my battery is running low. Using life cycle costing can help you determine the option that is most cost effective rather than evaluating projects solely on the basis of initial cost. Life cycle costing looks at the total cost of owning, operating and maintaining a project over its useful life, including the cost of fueling, energy, labor, replacement of. Do you know that there are some systems? Each time you need to do anything on it, you need to bring in an expert kit, and you pay in dollars. That is part of your costing. That's part of your life cycle costing for that system. So those are systems with type C. So those are systems with high cost implications. So it's very, very important that by overlooking the purchase of energy efficient products, for example, because the initial cost may be higher, businesses may save money in the short term, but we end up paying more for the project through higher energy costs and other operating costs over the life of the project, which is the example that I have cited. So now it's very, very important that we understand that the life cycle costing transcends beyond physical characteristics. I used to use this picture as an example. And this, please look at the image on the screen. This image is very, very educative in the sense that sometimes when you want to do acquisition, you come across issues like this. You probably have given a brief to a real estate consultant that we need a story building with modern IT installations and all of that. Please, with that small brief, does this building meet or not meet that? We need a building, a story building that have a modern dish and what have you. Does it meet or does not meet? Is it not a story building? Does it not? I see plenty dish. You see, and that's what used to happen. Sometimes you go, when you get there, you're like, are you not? Sometimes you are even advanced there. So, you just say, we have one that is very cheap. In fact, there is a fast finger. This stress sale, the clients, the owner needs money now. So, but of course, you know the implication of this. If you deal in this, you probably have thrown your money inside the something. It might be cheap, but obviously not the best option for you. So, some skills are required. That's where the challenge lies, and that's where the call for us as facility managers, that there are skills that are required for life-saving costing. One is sound judgments in calculating the cost itself, right? Together with technical, managerial, and financial skills. You must understand how to actually do the initial appraisal, right? To do life-saving costing. Then you must be implicit in terms of the notion that you don't just consider just one phase. You consider several phases. You know, several things come into it. I think I need to transfer the slide to project from there. So we need the skills to be able to explicitly determine the various phases. You know why? Because consideration for projects will vary from project to project. You know, when we talk about projects or decisions, you can't apply the same rules across like a blank jacket kind of application. So different considerations we go into it. For example, if you are doing a project in the region of the president, for example, in the south, your cost, in fact, I think you should just know that the first 20% of your cost is, what do you call that cost now? Settlement. But I don't want to call it settlement. President, what is that cost? The first 20% that must go as in, before you can even say you want to do anything. Because if you don't set it aside, you won't do anything. You can't start the grant. It's not possible. And it's part of the cost of your project. So if you're a professional and you're not familiar with that as a cost, you are going to run into trouble. I remember even for facility management, we have some contracts with Shell and the likes. The traditional ruler was still making demands, even though we are not erecting anything. You know, we are working within the premises of Shell, but otherwise you will not work. You can't execute your contract. So these are very, very important considerations for us as facility managers, because if you don't pick it, if you don't capture it, your project might be frustrated. You understand? You don't realize that you can't do the project. So it's very, very important that we next that we have that. So we are going to the slide where we have life set. Continue. Two slides after this one. Yeah. So you see, when we talk about this life cycle costing, like we have established, buildings are in general terms, of course, durable, and they can last between 50 to 60 years, right? However, there is actually the need to look at this physical or period of use, physical life or period of use, which is actually the period within which that building is actually fulfilling its purpose. And the attitude of the occupiers or the client, as the case may be, with respect to how the building is to be utilized, is also a function that you need to capture at the point of getting the brief. You know, I cited the example of our workshop and the flooring that filtrators had already been laid, but we know that that is not going to serve our purpose. The cost of repairs, because those tiles will be breaking, the cost of fixing broken tiles will be high, and at the end of the day, it's going to put us in trouble. You know, from time to time, we need to move out equipment, replace broken tiles, bring equipment back, and all of those things come at a cost. Next, so it's very, very important that these are actually captured. So, over the life of the building, just next, like over the life of the building, it's very, very important that the facility manager anticipates that several components will be replaced. Next, and these components sometimes will even be replaced a couple of times, depending on the overall life of the building. Remember that a building is made up of several components, right? For example, I'm giving the example of door handles, for example. Over the life of a building, you probably will need to replace your door handle if you are not replacing the door maybe 2 or 3 times, right? Sometimes you may need to replace your, if I recently, we had a building that had projected windows and all the hinges became stiff. We tried to grease and oil it, it wasn't running well. So we had to replace all the hinges. We did not replace the windows, so we removed all of the hinges and replaced. So those are the things that happens during the life cycle of building. So those things should be anticipated next. Those things that need to be replaced, how many times they are likely to be replaced, are all the things that we need to consider. Sometimes replacement happens not because those things are no longer working, but because they are obsolete. You understand? And when we talk about obsolescence, the Royal Institute of Chartered Surveyors of the UK identified 6 forms of obsolescence. Sometimes it's no longer economical for you to keep those things because the cost of maintenance is now high, and so they are more efficient, like the ACs that we mentioned. You understand? You might, it's not like the AC is not working, no, but because the cost of running the AC is now extremely high, you need to replace them. In fact, like that Ikoyi project, the one that we did energy audit for, the only recommendation that they couldn't implement was to incorporate sensors into the AC. The manufacturer of the ACs claimed that model is not sensor compatible. You understand? So what it means is that because you know that particular building is being occupied by expatriates, and we realize that sometimes they are traveling out of the country. They will leave all the ACs on and go. And because it's central AC system, you don't have access to the apartments. You cannot off there, nowhere to off, because even if it's just one flat that's been occupied, the central unit must be on to feed that place. So the only solution is to have sensors, you know, to determine that okay, this apartment is vacant, then it shuts down all of the cooling demand. You understand? So, but because it's not compatible, so the only option they have is to upgrade that AC to replace the system to the one that is compatible. So it's not like the AC is not working, but it's no longer, is economically obsolescent, right? Because it's no longer economically efficient. Then we have physical obsolescence. I'm sure many of us must have witnessed that. I remember somebody called me some years back And the man was very sad. He said, Doctor, please, I want us to change the roof of my house. He said, Daddy, what happened? He's in his 70s. He said, the roof is the only one that is flat in the whole of this area. You know, roof of that and this now. You know, Gerard, the whole of the area is not new. Everybody is putting Gerard roof. And the man is still having his own. And he said, this time he's coming back. The joke is like, every day. I'm like, what is it? And then sometimes you don't know what is actually troubling a particular client. At that time, his wahala, he had worked, he had retired. His only sadness is that his roof is not looking like the roof of any other person. So he had to go and stay in a hotel for 1 week for the roof to be stripped. So that if they are removing your roof, you can't say this. I said, I don't mind. I don't want it changed. So that is physical obsolescence. You understand? He's still working. The rain is not beating, he's not leaking. But he's not looking like every other person's room. Then we have functional obsolescence. That one we can relate with it. Do you understand? The door that is supposed to, we know those ones now. The door that you are supposed to close and it will close. As you are moving close, you have to lift it. You understand? That one. Functionally, there is wahala. Technological obsolescence. Now, with your phone, some of us now, we can control everything in this room with our phone, right? You have remote control sensor. But if I now point it at this AC and it's not working, then something may be wrong with the AC. Also, you just mentioned Internet of Things. We have the Siri of this world, the Alexas of this world, and you can actually do some basic automation. So if your system is not that, you may be dealing with technological obsolescence. Then you have social and legal obsolescence. Social is similar to the problem of that man. You know, my roof is different from every other person. Legal obsolescence. January this year, Lagos State government said no more one-use plastic something. So you go to Just right now, they are asking you, are you buying nylon or you have your nylon with you? You understand? So is that the law? So to now conduct analysis based on this, all of this knowledge, we see that the component of the life cycle cost analysis can be divided into capital cost, cost in use, and the residual or disposal cost. So the life cycle cost is given by a simple equation. I have broken it down to this simple equation. Life cycle cost is capital cost. How much does it cost me to acquire? Plus, how much will I now use when I'm running this facility or this asset? And how much will I get when I'm disposing it, or how much will I still spend for it? That's why that one is plus or minus. If you have to hire a driver to go and give that vehicle that you want to give to builder to him, you see that it's plus. It's added to your cost. But if you are selling it to him, you are going to have minus. You understand? It's going to reduce your expenses. And you see that the particular the cost in use comprises of 3 R's that we must capture: cost of running, cost of repairs, and cost of replacement in the period of use of that asset. You understand? You are going to incur cost for running, permits, licenses, fueling, energy. Those are cost of running. Cost of repairs, you know what repairs is. And sometimes we need to replace next. So as facility managers, we are meant to prepare this kind of schedule. Next one, next. There is a particular schedule that I'm interested in next. So this is further explaining that cost. So it's going to vary from people to people. So next. Right, okay, hold on. Back more so you can see that as facility managers, this will vary from facility to facility or from asset to asset. We need to determine the components that makes up our assets and the life expectancy of each of them. All this information are available online. You understand? If you have roof, for example, depending on your roofing material, right, your roof may have a life expectancy between 15 and 25 years. You understand? Inclusive of the carcass. If you are having wood carcass, what type of wood? Was the wood treated? You understand? Your roof is not going to be in perpetuity. It's not going to be forever. You understand? You see the problem with facility managers why we have BPs is that they are giving us dead assets and they expect those dead assets to work like new one. And nobody is ever going to agree with you that it's there until you come up with this. You understand? That this thing has life expectancy 15 to 25 years. I'm taking over a 40-year-old building and the roof has never been replaced. And you are telling me you patch it last month. It's drained again, it's leaking. If you continue to leak, it's not within our means to tell you that it will not leak. Because it has come to the end of its life. What we are doing now is a makeshift, pending while you replace it. And that's why we have sinking funds in FM. It is a thing that over time you ought to have been setting aside some amount of money for that replacement. So when we are able to do all of this, you can see for different systems, this will also be shared. You have average life expectancy. It can be more, it can be less, depending on the particular product. Do you know that all of these things, if you have machines that have motor, you see things like manufacturer will specify. You understand? Motor warranty 10 years, motor warranty 15 years. It's always there. You understand? So those are things that are very, very important. So that will now help us to prepare a schedule. Next slide, please. Let me just press next. So every facility manager must have this kind of schedule for your assets. Look at this schedule. Please, can you help me remove that up bar so that they can see the area? So you see that there are several systems within the building. No. Go back. Architectural systems, mechanical systems, electrical systems. And you will see, yes, you can drag it to the side. So you will now see the year the building was commissioned. That's the, go back. I will explain it if you can remove the full screen. So you can click on the slide and put So you see that this building was commissioned in 1964. You understand? And this building, various building elements have life expectancy. You understand? Some you can see life expectancy 100 years. Years in service 40 years. That means you still have what? 60 years to use. Right? But let's look at roofing. Life expectancy 15 years. Years in service 21 years. Can you see? You have already exceeded the life expectancy. But who can tell me what's happening with that roofing? Look at that roofing bar very well. What do you think something is happening there? No, let's look at it very well. And why? What does that sheet mean? God bless you. The roof had actually been replaced. Even this new one is already 6 years in excess of his life expectancy. So you cannot be calling me a midnight facility manager that is leaking or Joe as is due. It's going to leak. And when you are putting another one, depending on the kind, this client brief, I've seen my client was telling me, he said he was in Israel and where he stayed. You'll be seeing the cloud from the bedroom. That's the kind of move he wants. Oh, I'm ashamed. The bills are one. But life expectancy may be 6 years or 10 years. Because you're going to be having some kind of joint that is sealant that will be covering it. No, the strength of that roof is equal to the strength of that sealant. The moment that sealant fails, the roof is papuka. You understand? Because it's what they want. See, before you have money, before you get money, you can be saying, do you know, in those days, when we were working in Shell, you see this wrong one by. It can be very, very annoying. Even though you are doing your work, see you will keep the leave. You see some system, even you don't even know what to do. You know, it's like when they brought all this sensor tab. You will see a tab. They will say the tab is not running. And you are looking for where to control. You know, this work will expose you to several things that you can. You are like, no, you don't know, but you must know, because you can't go back to your client and say, hey, Josa, you cannot do it. You don't begin to wonder which kind of a thing is this. We have gone for an inspection before. I can never forget it. The most embarrassing experience for me. You know, Access Bank, the data center is at their job. So, you know, they bought over Intercontinental Bank. So, they now upgrade the data center. So, they now needed facility management company to manage the data farm. So, they sent us a private request for proposals because my company was the leading indigenous FFP company at that time. So, I was to lead that project. So, my head just went to us. You need to go to Access Bank data center, audit the energy farm, and let's put in place a proposal for managing the data farm and all of that. So when I had all of those things, you see the first thing as facility manager, and that's where the quest for PhD came in, is to go and research. I started researching what is energy farm, what is all this data center and all of that. So I realized that there are heavy equipments there, and then went back to my head and said, we can't do this alone. We need to partner with energy consultants that are experts in that area, and that's why in FM we want to collaborate. So we now brought in one of the leading energy consultants. We now scheduled inspection. They gave us date. When we got there, I was doing like Organ and Pro. We have been doing work for Shell. So the bank guy, the guy managing took us round. So I said, okay, let's wait. Let my people just go round so that they can take necessary information, so that they can at least get information for us to go and develop a proposal. You know, those guys went round the first time. They went round the second time. When I saw them, I realized that there was like problem. You know, when they were coming the third time, I could sense that they had never seen that kind of installation before. So they now came, said, sir, please, can we ask some questions? I was so embarrassed. You are asking the client that he said he doesn't know how to manage. That how do we, in this one, what does he require? That's how we went back home. We went back to the office. They couldn't even relate with that system. So it's very, very important that you understand this nitty-gritty and be sure. We lost that project because we couldn't even price it. You couldn't price, because if you don't understand the system, you can't price it. Talk less of providing FM service. So you see the same thing with absorption chillers. You see that initially the first one had been replaced. Another one that is meant to be for 25 years has done 30 years. Another 5 years in excess. So if the system is failing, you won't be calling the facility managers. Then you can see for substation transformer, it has recently been replaced. So we still have 40 years to go, and we have only used 7 years. So we still have 33 years. So these are systems that you know that already they should not have problems. So if they have problems, you can actually put in all of your energy, because it's not right. Because their life in use is far shorter than the expectancy. But those ones that have already exceeded, it's like fighting fire. They will always give you problems. So if you do this for your facility, it will give you peace of mind, and it will make your management to be on the same page with you as to what needs replacement or upgrades, as the case may be. Next. So last but not the least, the circular life cycle is also very, very important consideration for facility managers. For those of us that followed the last World Cup in Qatar, you realize that there was a stadium called the 974 Stadium, right? That stadium as it were is no longer in Qatar now because it's completely dismantled, and that stadium has been moved to Uruguay for the 2030 World Cup. Complete stadium. So that is secularity. In fact, what Qatar said is that that space is going to be open ground. You understand? So it has gone back to open ground now. A complete stadium that had toilet, had everything. You understand? That stadium was built with 974 containers. You know these normal shipping containers, right? So that is 100% secularity. Next is, and when it was built, it had capacity of 40,000. Can you play the video? Click on the video. Let's see whether it can play. Yeah. Oh, sorry, there is no sound. You can see, made with 974 recycled shipping containers. So this is the stadium for those of us that didn't see it. So when Uruguay is done using it, you can see the stadium. They will also still move it to another country. So that is what facility management is about. With everything, changing rooms, toilets. So you can see, with well finished. So for those of you that want to see how it also works, we have a incubation center in University of Lagos. We call it the Madhouse, built of containers. And when you are inside, you will know that you are in a containerized building. Very lovely. So as facility managers, you can see that the dynamics are endless, and a lot is actually expected of us. Next, so I wish us the very best as we move into the field of FM. Thank you.
I was sitting down there and doing prayer that this man should run. I thank God for answering my prayers. Can we appreciate it? Let's appreciate it. Not to worry, like we mentioned earlier, this paper presentation will be uploaded on group platform so that we can do justice to that. And even further, if there are any concerns, questions, we can ask on that platform. I believe the resource persons will still be there to address any concerns that is raised. Thank you very much. Can we appreciate him once? Okay, I think before we go on break, because next should be our lunch now, but we need to just tidy up and to fulfill our righteousness, take one more paper before we go on break. So we'll be looking at human resources in facility management, and I will be the anchor. My name is Builder Odunbaku. Are we ready? Yeah. Sure. Okay, we are right now handling module 4, which is human resources in facility management. Can we next?
Model what? Model 4. Last one was model 5.
Yes, the last one, we just had it. Okay, I think you have something different there. The outline will be in the introduction, areas of FM competencies, inform client functions, type of workforces, understanding in-house facility management, and outsource facility management. During the first present paper of Dr. Farrelly, he made mention of the fact that FM decision-making comes at different levels. There are some of the FM operators that will be at the workshop, the boiler rooms. But at this level, we are not looking at those operators. We are looking at people who will be at the boardroom. Are we okay? So, and at that time, we're looking at FM decision-making that has to do with strategic level. Okay? You are part and parcel of decision-making body of an organization. In facility management, when we are talking about decision-making levels, we have 3 of them. The highest at the top is the strategic level. Next is, those are the boardroom people. Then we have the medium decision makers. We call that tactical level, operative. Then we have operational level operatives, which are our foot soldiers in the industry. Okay. Now at I'm the one operating and doing it from this. It's right. Okay. So it is very important that we know that facility management is a critical aspect of any organization. It's very, very critical for effectiveness of whatever we are doing. And the major concern of facility management is to minimize cost of the operation and then increase the effectiveness or the yield of that organization. If you have been making maybe a profit of 100 million before, as you are coming in, your operation should get the whole work of the organization, their core objective to be more productive. That is when you will know that we can say that facility management is adding value to that organization. So, in the areas of FM, it is essential to ensure smooth operation and employee satisfaction. So we are looking at overview of all HR role in FM. Human resources, like we said, is an integral part of all our activities in any organization. If you are handling any office or a property, you are managing a facility, the first thing that you should do is to understand that facility itself. The core areas of that is to make sure that you have full understanding of what that property is all about. What will be your contributions to that organization? Okay? And like it has been earlier mentioned, facility differs from one to the other. Are we together? Like you might be working in an academic environment. The kind of facility that you will manage in academic environment will be different from if you are working in a hospitality environment. You are still a facility manager, but the demand of that services that you will render will differ from one point to the other. So it is very important that you know the core objective and functions that the organization that you are managing is ready to be able to effectively understand what kind of workforce you are bringing to the table. For us, it is important that we begin to think as a facility manager sitting on the management decision-making level, so that you can advise wherever it is needed, who to be employed, who to be brought in, and who to be engaged. Okay? So it is part of your functions that recruitment and training is one of your functions. Employment and engagement, performance engagement, and compliances to safety. And that will take us to have a general overview of what an FM areas of competencies are. This workshop that we are having right now is packaged for us to have a holistic overview of what FM credentials are all about. Okay? This is just to be able to understand what is our responsibility and to function effectively as a facility manager. When we are talking about FM areas of competencies, they are broadly divided into there are some school of thought that say it is 11, there are some that say it's 12, but it's like we said earlier, knowledge is progressive. This template that we have here is more than 12, right? But they are all interwoven within that 16 modules that we are presenting between the Fm01 and Fm02. Out of these 16 presented here, the 8 modules that we are going to present and this Fm01 is already being captured in this presentation. So we will be talking about communication. A facility manager must have full understanding of communications. I think we had one area, and it has been mentioned, the importance of communication. Okay, we have emergency preparedness and business continuity. If there is any emergency or disaster, how do you plan to go forward? We are talking earlier about during space planning module. We look at this bulky hard copies of our documents. How do we now transfer them into a soft copy that even if a disaster struck, we have a backup somewhere? That study will deal with this. Looking at environmental stewardship and sustainability. Part of what we have been looking at maybe later today is sustainability. Finance and business, human factors, which is part of what we are dealing with right now. Human factors has to do with various workforces that fit into your operation as facility manager. Leadership strategy, operational and maintenance. This is what people know that it is facility management, which is not, I mean, when they say you are a maintenance officer, you know, on the field they say that you are facility manager. That's because they are doing operations and maintenance. Is that correct? But meanwhile, between me and you, between this earlier morning and now, we know that facility management is more than just running the generator, changing the bulb. You're looking at cost. In fact, when that guy was presenting space management, I wrote in my note that space na money, not time na money. Space is money. So all this mentality of a facility manager will be, how do I reduce cost of operation? And sweat when we say sweating a facility, sweating is making ultimate optimal value, getting ultimate value from the facility we are managing. Okay, so we're looking at quality management, we are looking at real estate and technology. I think we deal with technology early this morning. Okay? Now, in all this, when we want, if you are looking at, you are having a big high of human resources. It is important, like I said earlier, that we must understand the facility we are managing. If you are managing a library facility, I'm different from a person who is managing an hospital. Okay? How do I dispose my waste in an hospital? It's not the same way I will dispose my waste in the hospital. You understand? Then that will lead me to who do I engage to manage my waste? If I'm going to outsource it, what kind of requirements will I be looking for in that contractor that I'm bringing to the table? Do we have understanding? And that's what we call informed client function. It's a concept that makes you that require you to have full understanding of the organization that you are working in, its culture, the customers. Okay, very critical. I mean, like I mentioned now, the hospitals, people comes in, they are the sick ones, they must not go back and get sicker. Okay, so your operation, the ambient. If you go to most of our private hospitals now, if you enter there, the color, the interior also is inviting and is brighter, even to lift your spirits when you are even down. Is that correct? It's a function of, is an idea of the kind of customers that are coming into that place. Okay? So you must understand and be able to know the kind of service requirements of that organization and the services they are providing. Okay? So it is important to have this understanding and how best you can to be able to now put a proposal on who to be engaged to do what. Are we together? Okay. So, on the light of that information, we now know that definitely as a facility manager, we will work with human beings. We will work with people. And there are different types of people that we will work with. Okay? I'm trying to run because we have enjoyed our time very well, but the slide, like we said earlier, will be on that platform. So we'll be working with different kind of individuals, ranging from colleagues at the management level, because when you do your facility management budget, you must be able to present it at the decision table, along with the directors within that system, and you will relate with them. Okay? Those who are working under you, you must, maybe your operative at tactical level, you must be able to get them to function properly. Likewise, the same thing, those at the operational level. So it is important that we understand as a facility manager that we work with individuals within the organization and probably at different levels and roles. Facility manager will also be responsible for ensuring that the right personnel are engaged at various FM activities that is required. Okay? If you need a waste disposal company or individual, or you need a janitor, you need janitorial services, your decision will be based on the activities that you are carrying out. And you will now be able to establish what are your requirements, what actually do you want, what function is this individual for company, what function are they performing. Once you are able to express that, you now be able to put the right peg inside the right hole. Now, you as a facility manager, you are not the human resources director, but you will be able to give them your desired requirements that we need a facility manager, operators that will manage our equipment. Okay, they must have this background. You know, Dr. mentioned the issue of background. You are a facility manager, but what function are you coming in to perform? So that understanding will now know what kind of qualification we'll be looking for, what kind of background are we going to look at. So an FM individual must be able to have that understanding and be able to do justice to that. Okay. Now, in an organization, we have different kind of employment. You can engage directly. You can engage an individual directly as an organization to work within that organization. Are we together? Okay, maybe I have an hotel like this one now. The hotel can definitely say, okay, all our in-house staffing will be, all of them might not be directly engaged permanently. Some of the job, for example, probably they want to say our security activity has to be given to a contractor. Outsourcing. That's another model. But we are looking right now at people that we work with you day and night. Okay, having understanding of what the operation, the requirement of the organization is all about, right? So we have people that will work on permanent basis. Okay, they do their 4-8 hours, probably they move another shift depending on the organization you are managing. If it is an hotel, definitely there will be a shifting. If it is an hospital, there will be a shift. If it is maybe an academic environment, probably after 6 o'clock, everybody has gone home. Okay? Maybe it is a shopping complex, maybe they lock it at 6 o'clock, everybody close. Okay? The security people, you need to define all those parameters to be able to be guided on who and who we are bringing to the table. So we have people that we can bring on board on ongoing contracts. They are contract staff right now. They are your staff, but they are not permanently or with you. They are contract staff. Okay? And that also can be on a fixed term or on a temporary basis. Right? So this is what we need to understand, that these are various types of employment level that we'll be looking. But each individual that we are looking at must be given a contract of engagement. It's not, well, most organizations, because they are running away from responsibility, when you engage people, you don't have a contract with them. But we are looking beyond all those, we are looking at the normals. We are not looking at abnormals. Are we together? So because once you have a contract with somebody, you are already binded. There is an established relationship between you, and it comes with responsibility. Okay? And that responsibility, because it carries cost implication, the majority of organizations tries to run away from that. You understand? So majority of these are companies in Ikorodu as is. Sir? So you discover that they don't even engage their staff on and have any contract relationship with them. They call them casual worker. They do work, you mess up, you go. Somebody have put in maybe 7-8 years, you just ask him to go with no severance package, because there is no written agreement between them. So we are looking at this, that every individual should have a written contract of employment which details the terms and conditions that apply both to the employer and employee. It's two-way thing. It will define what services you are rendering and what benefits you are collecting. Okay? So that is exactly what we are looking at. Okay? So, what we have described just now is what we call in-house facility management. If I'm managing this facility right now, and I'm engaging, maybe all these are cleaners, somebody is superintending as a facility manager, monitoring and ensuring there is what we call key performance indices. They have established the role of each individual workers and what it is expected that they should do. Okay, somebody who's a manager, a facility manager of this place should be able to know that my cleaners, they are working, the room people are working, there is a vacancy, there is a vacant room, it is well tidied up, the smoke, there is maybe the lodger has removed himself out of that place. Their responsibility is to ensure that the windows are open, try to make sure that the place is refreshed for the next user. So, in-house facility manager management refers to the practice of managing building operations and maintenance internally using your own team. And this is because they are more important in an area that this kind of services that you are rendering is sensitive. Okay? It is sensitive. Such that you don't want to open maybe your business secrets anyhow to other party, bringing other party into your operation. So that is where mostly when you use your own team and develop your own resources. This approach encompasses a wide range of responsibility, including maintenance, repair, space. Most of the time, like we are here right now, I believe there is an electrician attached to this place, right? Okay, so if by chance there is a NEPA tripping off before 1 or 2 minutes, somebody should be able to address that and bring it up. You cannot contract that. That he has, because of the kind of services they are rendering here, the guy must be here in-house. Okay, he must be here in-house. What we can contract is somebody outside who will come periodically to manage or to service the generator or the ACs as it's like that. So the guy that is seated is an in-house guy that we attend to our need as at the time we are having that challenge. Is that correct? Yeah. So that is our in-house facility manager. This approach encompasses a wide range. Okay, we've done that. It offers several advantages for building managers seeking greater control and customization in managing their facility. I think we've made mention of that. This is talking about the advantage of in-house facility management. And what it does is, it has a greater control and oversight. You can control your facility, you can control what goes in and what goes out. It gives you that opportunity. Direct communication with staff. If you hire somebody outside, you cannot, the MD here cannot talk directly to them because he doesn't have, you can not superintend over them directly. Because they might not even know that that man that is talking to them is the MD of this place. Okay? So whatever he says, he can just be to the ear, they might not follow. But if it is the staff are residents, they are in-house, they know who their boss is. Right? So that gives a direct communication, and whatever happens, people from the low level, they know where to go and address whatever challenge, and that gives you a fast and quicker response time and clearer directive. Okay? For like the electrician, the engineers that is managing this generator, if that generator begin to give a sound that is abnormal, you should be able to know that okay, this thing is we need to call engineer so that it doesn't break down or give us headache. You understand? Now that proximity gives him the opportunity to be able to relate directly to the right manager. So tailor solutions to specific need. In-house team can customize. Now we have like now. You see that guy now, because he's also conscious of the fueling their body. They will be quick shift. Okay? So offering flexibility and adaptability to change and needs and condition. We are using this facility as we speak now. We are having a program. Maybe when we finish, maybe around 6 o'clock, this place will be turned into a church. adaptable. Before you know it, they have cleared our thing, changed the seating arrangement. It's adaptable, it's flexible. So people in-house is the one doing that. Okay? So that's the advantage that the in-house we have against. But that also comes with a disadvantage. Whether they take NEPA or they don't take it, the guy sits down here, is going to collect his salary for really nothing. So there is cost associated with that kind of activities, engagement of a permanent in-house worker. It's a cost implication. Then when you are looking for high level, you are just using all these ones as what we can relate with immediately. But there are some organizations that has high level equipment that are technically of high rating. I think before the doctor left Iran, he mentioned that they got to a facility, they could not factor out what to do. Now, you cannot have in-house individual for that. It's because the technology is beyond our realm. Okay? Now we are talking about the issue of digitizing, the suggestion that some of these documents can be digitized and taken to soft copy to make. I remember there was a year we bought this robotic it's a scanner. That scanner you just bring is a place to put the book. It will run the book without turning it. It has the facility, the capacity to do it himself. It will turn it. All our paper from 2000 to 2010 in digital form, newspaper. Okay, so now that equipment now got faulty. It was brought in from Warsaw, Poland, and the service provider that was given to us is residing in Germany. The guy who brought it in is in Nigeria. In fact, as we speak now, that machine is not working because of the kind of technicality that initially it works, but you know our weather with where it's coming from is not the same. So that kind of technicality that we're talking about might be a challenge. Okay? Might be a challenge. You cannot actually afford to, even if you bring in any body of that capacity, the cost involved, maybe you have to start paying in dollars. Okay? So we want to look at contract of employment. Employee should be given, like we mentioned, that there should be a contract. When we engage a worker, there is the letter of engagement. That legal engagement, it must and should be a legal instrument that must be given maximum 2 months after you have engaged that individual. You must have a formal contract with that individual. And what does it include? What will you be detailing? The contract should cover the following points as a minimum. It's not cast in stone. Like we said earlier, as a facility manager, you must understand the environment you are operating. You must understand the industry that you are operating. And there is, it has also been mentioned earlier, for every industry, there are rules and regulations. There are guidelines that binds the operations within that industry. Minimum requirements for that operations for that industry. So we are looking at the start date must be defined, the place of work must be defined, the job title, your description must be defined. This may include additional information about the tasks and activities that individual has to carry out. Okay, so the work hour, maybe like in Nigeria, in our company, in the environment, you work 8 hours per day. Anything after 8 hours is overtime. How much is defined as compensation for extra hours that has been spent, it has to be also defined. We look at the salary, how much is it collecting, okay? And this is generally gross. It is always generally gross. They don't compute your taxes and your almost deductions before it is. You must define what kind of annual leave, are you entitled to? And I know that even in the industry, we have various levels of worker. Okay, maybe you are at management level, maybe you are at middle level. What the numbers of days that you are entitled to is different, and it must be specific to an individual. The notice period, if you are going to have issues, if you want to terminate your employment, you normally give notice. I think it is 1 month in lieu. Okay, those conditions must be stated in the contract that we are looking at. Now, any employee that we are employing, they do have entitlements, and this entitlement must also be understood. Okay, now if you go through the study pack, you will see all this there. Part of them is annual leave entitlement, which we can relate to easily. Then non-permanent employee, such as temporary. You see, this package is done in such that it can accommodate environment where they have agencies that supply workers to industry. Okay, if you are in UK now, you're looking for a job, probably you go through an agency. They will connect you and place you to the company that require your services at an understanding fee. They have a way they go about it. This study pack is packaged to accommodate all this information, so that when you are sitting or taking your Alison package, you can have an understanding of what this is all about. So those agencies, if you are a staff that comes from those agencies, are not your permanent staff. They work with you, but not as a permanent staff. So they are also entitled to some, basically, depending the number of years they have served with you. So I will employ us to go through the package so that we have full understanding. Then statutory, they are entitled also to statutory sick pay. Okay? But here I know that we normally go take sick leave. But some agencies, they can say, okay, if once you are not working, probably you are taking 100,000 per month. Probably you can now, because you are not working, they are not supporting. It also has to be defined. Okay? But if you are a civil servant, it's all just about taking your annual leave, getting the doctor to certify your predicament for that moment, and then you still enjoy your full salary. Right? So, all this has been detailed as the entitlement of the worker, statutory maternity pay. It goes for both men and women. You have paternity leave, you have maternity leave, and at some point, this also can come with benefits. Okay? We've mentioned the agency workers. Now, this is very, very important. I pray that we'll look at it, we'll look up. It's a different thing to engage, to bring in somebody. It's also a different thing to be able to monitor their performance. Right? So it is very, very important that we put in place performance management strategy to be able to track the worker, what are they doing? Okay? Every HR and facility management must collaborate to establish clear, measurable performance goals that align with the organization strategic objective. Most of the time, the facility manager will define a key performance indices that will be able, that is trackable. You can easily track it to ensure that when Mr. A has to do this, is doing it. I remember sometimes in the bank, they have a facility guy who must, whether the floor is dirty or not, at every 3 hours, they must come there and clean up. The same thing at the airport. Somebody should be on top of that to be able to guide whether these guys are actually performing what they ought to do. Whether it's dirty or not, it is demanded that they should, and before they can come to that indicator, they must have researched that this is needed at this point, right? So it is important we establish that. Then we should also have a framework whereby we get feedback. There must be a feedback platform. Regular performance review, feedback session, help facility staffs understand their strength. Maybe you have what you have packaged, you are laboring, you are becoming a slave trader. You are overloading them with more than they can bear body. So they are now being stressed, okay, and it's telling on them. You see them getting sick, they are falling. You understand that kind of thing. So there is room for review to look at, okay, this guy is the area, the square meter area that is supposed to clear, let's reduce it so that at least let's give him a breathing space. Is that right? So there must be continuous improvement, fostering cultural continuing improvement through performances management, enable facilitating teams to adapt to changing needs and challenges. FM world, like we said, is changing, evolving every time. So the best practices we must track and bring them on board into our practice as time goes on. So it's not static. Because we have been doing it this way does not mean we will die that way. So as innovations is coming in, new innovative devices are coming on board, we should be adaptable to change. So, employee relations and engagement. I think the issue of communication has been discussed. Engagement in terms of conflict, how do you interact? I think we can read this up. Okay, how do you engage and relate with your worker? Okay, now this brings us to outsource facility management. Outsource facility management involves delegating building operations and maintenance tasks to external service or third-party vendors. This arrangement allows building management to transfer responsibility of managing that property to a specialized professional outside their own workforce. Outsourced facility management typically cover a broad spectrum of services, including janitorial service, security, landscaping, maintenance, and administrative support. I think it's clear enough. Okay, like we've been mentioning earlier, this is another area whereby, yes, we don't want to warehouse these services. We want to ensure that we give it to a third party. And expert. Yeah, definitely, before you can outsource it, services, it must go to an expert who has capacity and the technology to address that particular services that you are demanding, right? So it has its own plus and minus anyway. Okay, the option available in outsourcing includes some companies may decide to outsource only certain tasks or services, while others may opt for comprehensive outsourcing solutions that encompasses all aspects of facility management. Now, you will see some industry, they can say, okay, for these functions, we will have in-house staff. But for these functions, we will give it out to outsourced staff. Okay? Majority, if a civil service these days, we We've seen that janitorial services have been outsourced, landscaping, service, security service has been outsourced. Okay? Previously, in previous government before Obasanjo, all these individuals are in government basically payroll. Okay? But these functions has been outsourced so that the organization own staff can focus on the real core objective of that organization. Okay? So the advantage, like we said, outsourcing cost savings. Okay? We mentioned it earlier, access to specialized, like Oga rightly said, when you are going this route, you look for experts. Okay? You are not just dashing money to your friends, but that takes us to somewhere else. We are in Nigeria. Okay? You give work to people who carry briefcase, who have that capacity to even implement. Okay? As facility manager, we can stand our ground to ensure that whosoever we are giving their outsourced services to deliver must be able to, must have the technology to address that particular services that we are looking at. Scalability and flexibility. Outsourced facility management services can easily scale up or down based on fluctuating demand, providing building managers with flexibility to adapt to change and needs and prioritize. Disadvantages. We can read this up on this. It's in our paper, and the slide also will be shared with us. Definitely, when you bring in a third party into your house, people, let's take our house itself. Those people that there are some areas that you don't feel comfortable that people enter in your house. Okay, so you must be conscious of your privacy is being invaded. You can now imagine whether you bring some people to even, especially the IT people, to come and do some IT stuff on your system. Before you know it, they take all your data, all your informations. That's why even if you take your phone to a phone repairer, you must be able to ensure that there are some your bank. If you have your apps on, delete it before you give them. When you collect it back, you install it. Because all your information will be at their disposal. And before you know it, your privacy can be invaded, and what they ought to know, the information that is not meant for them will be at their end. Don't say, I might say something. They are the IT people. Factors to consider when choosing between in-house and outsourced. Basically, budget consideration is key. When you are looking, do I go for in-house, do I go for outsourcing, right? All we are looking for is we have a demand, we have a job to be done. Whether to go to the left or to the right is also a function of how much is in our pocket. Okay? So evaluate the financial implication of both in-house and outsourced options, including initial investment, ongoing operational costs, and potential savings and expertise. Now, if you have the money, instead of outsourcing it, if you can buy all the equipment that those guys are bringing in and own it, then you are developing expertise. But it's the demand of cost is the consideration. The demand of cost is the consideration. So we must not look and because it's not just initial investment, we must look at operational cost that comes with it. We must look at potential cost that can come even while running that kind of style of management. Level of control and oversight required. If your operation is highly sensitive operation, then you need to think twice before you outsource. It depends on the sensitivity of the information that is domiciled in that organization. Specific facility management needs. Assess the unique requirement of facility such as maintenance, security, cleaning, compliances to identify the most suitable. So you do a general overview of all this so that you can come to a decision whether to go for in-house or you want to stay, you want to go for outsource. Now, the scalability and the future growth also can be a factor to consider whether you want to go for in-house or outsource. Risk tolerance and compliance requirements. What is the law saying concerning the services that we want to outsource, especially in the military formations? What can we, because it's a facility, what kind of approach do we want to? You understand? There is one guy that lead, I think during Biden, I think it's during Obama, that guy's leaked one intel out and sent it to WikiLeaks, and it becomes an issue. It became a fact carbon. He ran away from US to Russia, okay, for safety. Now he has access to information that is not supposed to be in his hand, okay, and it becomes a challenge. It became a fugitive. So we need to look at that and then make a decision. Contractor and subcontractor. Now, when you are looking at the outsourcing, you look at a recognized entity. It might not just be an individual, it must be a company. Your role as a facility manager involves identification of problems, issues in the physical working environment and the coordination of solutions. There will be a number of instances in which you will need to work with contractors, and below are some examples. It's not far from what we have said before. This is an establishment, this is a facility. Okay? If you have complained that this AC are not working, I believe they don't have capacity in-house to deal with it. They must have a contractor, a retainership services with the technicians that will come in and work on that. That's what we call a contractor. Okay? So, if it is building heating system that fails and you need to call an electrician or heating engineer, there is a problem with our water supply. There is your lift. Were you the one that worked in the lift? And okay, it was Dr. Farah. Okay, these are issues. Okay, there are some facilities that you go when you enter into the lift shaft, the lift car. You will be saying litany. You will be praying inside with Lord, let me land safely. So, if that is because some of this thing, facility does not just fail. It's because of our carelessness and too much concerns about cost, not looking at the relative risk that is attached to it. Recently, there was a lift car that failed and they had to kill a medical doctor. It's not that car, and that lift car has been giving them signal over time, but it failed to address it. If you are not going to have the in-house capacity, once you see, even a simple operator here, handling this generator, there is a normal sound. Even our car that we ride, if you hear a strange noise, you should be able to right away call your mechanic. Oh boy, this thing is abnormal. Come and attend to it. Such are the kind of attitude that we should put for equipment and facilities. So I think by and large, all others we can read up, they are just disadvantage and the advantages that is available when we are looking at this. I like to take my rest so that I can do some coaching like we are doing. Thank you for listening. So I think we have come to the end of this. We'll enjoy our meal. And
the lecture will continue. We don't normally stop for lunch. That's why we didn't allow you to go and keyword. The serve your table. You don't have time. But quickly, let me inform you that our investiture of our new chairman will come up on Saturday at Lagos Chamber of Commerce and Industries Hall at Alausa Ikeja. And there will be chairman of Cobon and president of NIOB in attendance. They've all booked their flights. And the special guest of honor is the director of the College of Tech. He's also a fellow of this institution. He's going to be there. We have a lot of notable personalities. We pray, and may God hear our prayer that all of you will soon become a facility management professional. Because after this training, you still have about 2 more training to attend before you are qualified for induction. But we always give a waiver to some people. If we know you are a committed person and you are dedicated, we may allow you to do one induction, one workshop, get you inducted, then you do the other workshop thereafter. If you are becoming a fellow, it is mandatory that you will attend induction. Most of our fellow online, they pay for this workshop. There are some of the fellow on Saturday who are here with us now. It is mandatory. You can't become inducted if you are not trained. The field of training is different from what we all learned in our school before. So we are looking forward to some of you. I won't say all of you, some of you to attend on Saturday. Now we are going to invite the next speaker, who is Builder Moses Etienne. He is the business manager of MTN, and he's going to address us from his office using Zoom, because it is not possible for him to leave MTN office to come here. So, Builder Moses Etienne, are you online? Please show your.
I am with you, sir.
Okay, you are welcome. Please show your
Thank you very much.
You can
Yes,
go on.
please. What is it? All right. Good afternoon, everyone. My video is on now. I don't know if you can see me. Is there any confirmation that?
Yes, we can
see you. Oh, awesome. Thank you very much. Hello, everyone. Good afternoon to those joining us online. I can see we have around about 20 participants online, and I can also see the attendants on site. Good afternoon, everyone. All right, so as I've been introduced, thank you very much. Oh, if I go ahead, I'd like to appreciate the management of NIBIM for this opportunity. Thank you for bringing me on and allowing me to take aspects of this course through the previous trainings and for this particular one. Thank you very much. Yes, so I say apologies, I cannot join on site. I look forward to joining this training on site someday, so we can share knowledge in person. Yes, so I will share my screen now. I have shared my slides previously to one of the coordinators. Just going to share so we can run through it. Sorry. Alright. Any confirmation? You can't see my screen. Can you see my screen now?
Yes, we can.
Alright, awesome. 1 minute, let me go presenter mode. Alright. So, I need confirmation that I'm on presenter mode. Can you see my screen clearly?
Yes, you are.
Alright, so I'm just going to turn off my video now so that we don't lose bandwidth and we have a smooth experience. Let me just do that. Alright, so once again, my name is Etienne Moses. I currently sit with the network division at MTN Nigeria. Basically, I make sure the network runs properly by managing telco performance. Yeah, if you know how the telecommunication business in Nigeria runs, you know that we don't have towers that the base stations that enable communication. We handed that business over to majorly to telcos who run this business from a professional point of view. So in the course of my role, I happen to review business continuity plans for the major tower providers in the country. Talk about the IHS, the American towers, the Pan-African towers, and other smaller towers in the country. So I happen to review yearly their business continuity plans to make sure that it aligns with our own strategic direction for the year, and we have appropriate cover in case of any issues that might want to disrupt our business. So before my foray into telecommunication, I had some experience in facility management, being core facility management in facility service provision at Alphamid Facilities and Management Services. I presented to banking, one of the tier 1 banks in the country, managing facilities across their branch locations in Ogun State and Lagos, then in consulting also at PricewaterhouseCoopers, helping providing consultancy services in facilities and project management, working in the internal firm services at PricewaterhouseCoopers, Nigeria. So that's a brief introduction. Guys, I joined the session pretty early, around 10:30, and I've listened to other speakers. I honor the other speakers that have spoken, from Dr. Farami to every other one that has spoken. I learned a lot through the sessions, and I will not bore everyone with too much information, so we can enjoy our meals and go read through the slides and ingest totally what we would have learned today. I'm open to questions. Those online, those joining us online, you can ask questions by raising up your hand. I'll see your hands. You can also use the chat box to ask questions, and also those on site can stop me at any point to ask questions. Please, I would like the session to be very interactive. So quickly, business continuity planning. Why do we plan for business continuity? We're looking at the process, and we'll also have a look at the document. So we'll look through the business continuity planning, then we'll also look through a live business continuity plan in financial services. I have case study documents which I'll share after the session in addition to my slides. So quickly, why are we looking at business continuity planning as facility managers? Very critically, a very important aspect of what we do as facility managers, we are critical to business continuity wherever we serve, whether in public or in private sector. For any business or any organization to run properly, the facility manager has a very key role to play in business continuity. I lean on my experience in banking. Actually, I was in First Bank while the COVID-19 pandemic and the lockdown was in force. How do we make sure that our business didn't totally shut down? You know that yes, you need someone to supply diesels to the sites, to make sure, to ATM locations, to make sure our ATM are powered up. You need to power your data centers and your IT infrastructure such that so that there's no downtime to service. All right. So why study business continuity? Look at an example. What did the COVID-19 and NSAS period have in common? How did this period impact your business and organization? Yeah, so these are critical questions to draw our mind back to the essence of this study. Why are we studying business continuity? if you recall what happened in 2020, there was a sudden shutdown of activities across board. Some businesses had to shut down totally, but some critical businesses did not shut down totally. So critical businesses had to keep running. Did your business or did your organization shut down completely, or did you guys continue running? Ask yourself that question. I don't think someone would have one or two things to say here. I don't know if someone can answer that question. What happened in your business, facility manager, during the COVID-19 shutdown? Anyone on site, virtually? Alright. I don't see anyone hands up, so I'll just continue. Alright, so I'll tell you what happened in my own case. What happened for me as a facility manager is somebody speaking?
No, I said the mouths are busy.
Oh, the mouths are busy. Oh, so sorry. Alright, okay. Those journey, but I didn't see any hands up, so I'll just go ahead and narrate my own story. So what happened suddenly in March 2020, the government declared a lockdown, and what saved some of us on our job, what saved us was the fact that we had a plan ahead of time. We had planned for such situation ahead of time. We had plans for if there was a total shutdown, if there was civil unrest, even if there was a storm or an earthquake. We had planned ahead of time what and how we will react such that our business will not shut down. And that's what makes us as facility managers strategic partners to our business. And that's why it's important to studying business continuity planning. How do you plan ahead of disasters? How do you plan ahead of sudden business disruption that you cannot totally estimate or foresee? Yes, you can foresee to an extent, but you cannot determine when it will crystallize or if it will crystallize at all. So what saves you when such incidents crystallize is your business continuity plan. Your business continuity plan, okay, I have a case study here. I'll just go ahead to share that case study so we look through it. It's from one of my experiences in business continuity planning. Alright, okay, let me just share this. Alright, so I have shared my screen. Alright, so yeah, as the COVID-19 pandemic swept across Nigeria, everywhere faced an unprecedented test to its resilience, which, with a long history of serving the nation's financial needs, the bank's leadership knew that maintaining business continuity was critical to supporting customers, employees, and the broader economy. Imagine the banking system was shut down during COVID-19. The challenge, suddenly in March 2020, the Nigerian government imposed a nationwide lockdown, forcing businesses to adapt or shut down. FBN management sprang into action, activating the business continuity plan. We planned ahead of time and we sprang into action to activate a business continuity plan in the face of the shutdown. How do we respond to that? Pre-pandemic and shutdown, we had assessed our risks. So this is very critical for us. One thing that we need to take note of, you need to have done a risk assessment. Whichever business you're serving as a facility manager, whether in the public or private sector, you need to understand the risks that pays or impacts your role or the business that you serve. Secondly, you need to develop a business continuity plan that will adequately provide countermeasures for whatever risks that you might have assessed and identified in your planning spaces. Then it is your responsibility as a facility manager to working together with management of whatever business you serve to ensure there's training awareness, train your people on how to react in the case of an emergency or a sudden business disruption. So back to our case study, what happened during the pandemic? The bank had a crisis management team which swung into action, and this crisis management team and senior executive and experts in various departments, especially the general services department, which is the facility managers within the bank. Yeah, very critical. Also tells you as a facility manager, you are critical to continuity of any business. Then branch resilience, we swung into ensuring that essential bank staff were provided with PPEs and proper cleaning protocols, which one of the things we do as a facility manager to ensure that we had a safe working environment for our customers and our employees, and also within reliable, regulatory. We were doing whatever we're doing without flouting any regulatory provisions. Yes, then digital channels, digital resilience, then employee welfare, we ensure that all employees were provided for. This also brings to bear some of the skills we have as facility managers. You have to be able to ensure that you make adequate provisions for the health and safety of the employee. What we did was that across all of our brand network, we quickly deployed wash and basin. How do you do that if you don't plan ahead of time? You can't achieve that. So what happened, even in the midst of an almost 8-month lockdown, we experienced an 8.2% increase in profit after tax. There was uninterrupted customer service. We had the IT resilient that we did, and the facility management team of the bank then was equally appreciated for the good work and responsiveness in the face of the challenges we faced. So that's just a very brief case study that shows us the importance of business continuity planning. I will show us a business continuity, a typical business continuity plan, actually a live document for us to have a realistic grasp of what we are learning. So let me go back to my slides. Yes. All right. I need confirmation that you can see my slides. I'm back on my slides. Can you see the slides?
Very well. We can see it.
All right. Thank you for confirming. All right. Thank you for confirming. So, business continuity planning is a management process which is often jointly owned by operations. Significantly, you, the facility manager, alongside senior management of any organization, sir. How did you, as a facility manager, or how do you think you're going to help your organization survive any crisis that the organization might face? Yes. So we'll dive right into the definition. Business continuity planning, according to ISO 22301, is the process of identifying, assessing potential threats to a business and developing a plan to minimize the impact of those threats. The goal of BCP is to ensure that a business can continue to operate and provide essential services even in the face of a crisis. So two things here. What are your business's essential services, and how can you help your business continue providing those essential services even in the face of a crisis? I'll give an example. I'm currently working in telecommunication. How do I ensure that I can continue to provide telecommunication services to you and I, the end users, by ensuring that each of my vendors, each of my telcos have operational BCPs in motion. BCPs will ensure that each of my base stations are running even if we have a 2 weeks short or a 2 weeks breakdown of our logistics plan. Even if we cannot supply diesel to sites for 2 weeks, I have to make sure that my base stations continue running, because those base stations determine if you can make your call on doing data activity or not. So I'll go on. So think about your own space. What is essential to business services? What do you do? You say public service. You're working as a facility manager in an hospital. What are the critical essential business services? You need to ensure that there is power, there's lighting, and medical equipment are properly powered so that the doctors can do their job, they can carry out surgeries and the likes. So what I need to do to ensure that these critical equipment, your generators, your air conditioning, your lighting system, your lifts, your medical equipment power is adequately provided for. You are, for example, you're going to make sure that you have buffers for your diesel supply. You're going to make sure that you have a proper critical equipment maintenance plan to make sure that there's no shutdown at any point of time. You're going to make sure that you have a redundancy for each of the critical equipment. You have redundancy for power. If one generator shut down, if your second generator shut down, you have redundancy in place. These are some of the things that you need to consider as a facility manager planning for business continuity. And this is going to make the difference between a successful facility manager and a facility manager that is not successful. For example, if there's a sudden crisis and there's no provision to at least carry on to make sure that the business is powered for 48 hours, you failed already as a facility manager. You understand? You don't have to wait for the crisis to happen or the crisis to crystallize before you plan for it. You plan ahead of time. Even if it doesn't look like there's going to be a crisis. No one knew that the government was going to call for a shutdown. No one planned for COVID-19 when it happened. No one planned for SARS when the protest started. It can happen at any point in time, but at least can you keep your business running for 1 week? As a buffer so that you can plan ahead, or in the face of new realities, countermeasures. Because yes, you might be able to plan for countermeasures in time when the crisis happens, but they are going to be the buffer. You might not be able to understand the extent of the crisis within 24 hours or 48 hours. So you need that level of resilience to be able to at least gain some confidence, gain some understanding of the crisis, so you can plan and ensure you have appropriate countermeasures that protect you as a facility manager and the business you serve. We'll go on. So some of these threats, the threats include natural disasters, earthquakes, fire, floods. These examples. Yeah, we've never experienced earthquake in Nigeria, but we've had instances of floods that made certain areas inhabitable. Then war, terrorism, civil disorder. How do you think we're able to provide services in areas that are infested by Boko Haram and terrorists and the likes? It's because we have an adequate PCP that caters for those kind of situations. Don't dive into it because that's proprietary information. Then sabotage, cyber attacks, fraud. Whether like it or not, we are directly or indirectly responsible for IT resilience. Yes, working with the IT team, you understand. So you have a role to play in that. Then theft of business critical information, material assets. We can tie this into access control. Do you have appropriate access control within your facilities? Can anyone just walk into any space within your facility, facility manager or not? Then epidemics, just like we have in COVID-19 period. Then events which can cause severe impact. Yeah. So now we'll talk about external issues, external to whatever business you serve. There might be internal issues also that can impact your business. For example, a sudden change in management. This can have an effect in your management, in your role as a facility manager. Do you have big protocols that you can institute to react when there is an internal crisis within the organization you serve? Yeah, you need to have that in place. Then, how do you plan the business continuity? Very simple. 4 quick steps. You plan, you do, you check, and you act. How do you plan? You establish a continuity program. You have to have that foresight as a start. Do you plan for an eventuality? Do you plan for, are you planned to, do you plan to be able to mitigate whatever risks that might come up? Develop policies and procedures. Establish documentation system. Documentation, because the plan is not static. Your business continuity plan is not static. You don't just have one business continuity plan that can run for 10 years. The business continuity plan has to consistently, frequently be updated. Then do business impact analysis. This is where you do your analysis and all of that. To create a recovery plan, develop a communication plan, then execute the program, then check, perform internal audits, schedule maintenance reviews. This is what I spoke to earlier. You need to consistently review your business continuity plan in light of the evolving environment that we find ourselves in, then act by implementing corrective actions, then act by introducing continuous improvement measures. So it's a life process that you iterate over yearly, or even you can do it by annually, make sure that you are consistently evolving your business continuity plan to cater for risks that might come up in the course of the business and as time goes by. The components of the business continuity plan. You have the purpose and scope. The roles and responsibilities need to be clearly stated. Your key contacts in the case of a team or in case of a crisis, plan preparation and deactivation. This will be triggers. What will trigger a business continuity plan and trigger the activation, or what will trigger the deactivation of the business continuity plan. Then communication. There has to be regular communication. How are you going to make sure that there is a regular flow of communication that will impact your business continuity plan? Then incident response, physical site and transportation, recovery plan for activities, required resources, and restoration activities. All of these we'll see when we get to our typical life business continuity plan. You need to clearly state the roles and responsibility. Who is going to head the crisis management team? You can have a senior management person, you can have a facility manager heading that team. Who are the people that are going to be initially responsible for what actions in the case of a crisis? What we found out during the EndSARS and the COVID-19 period was that the federal government started giving out passes because there was a curfew, right? So they started giving out passes to designated personnel in organizations that were rendering critical services. Of course, they cannot give passes to all personnel within the organization. Just key personnel who were responsible for critical service. For example, the crisis management team. You have the facility managers had to get passes during the curfew. So this had to be planned into the business continuity plan. You don't just start looking for who they're going to give passes and what the responsibility of whichever person during the crisis, but ahead of time, planned before the crisis. We'll go on. Then we have a case study of a business continuity and pandemic response plan for a bank in Nigeria, FCMB to be precise. This is publicly available information, so anyone can go and do your appropriate search. Then you have this document. I'm going to share that document and we'll have a look at it. Yes, okay, share the document. So we'll just study it and look at some of the components that we've discussed. 1 minute. Okay. Yeah. All right. So this is a live document, and this is publicly information. This is publicly available information. You can get this on the internet or wherever you want to get, wherever you have the data repository. It's one of the regulatory requirements. In fact, regulators require that each of business has a business continuity plan. It's actually a regulatory requirement, so it is publicly available for any publicly traded company on the NSE. So first off, this is the business continuity and pandemic response plan. Then they go ahead to state like we identified, the purpose of the plan, the priorities of the plan, and the objectives of the plan. So that's what's contained and what we're looking at. I'll share this so we don't have to dive right into it. And for it in time, you can read through it. If you have questions, you can ask us. So first, the objective, why instituting business continuity plan and what you hope to protect against. Then they moved dived right into the crisis management team. Yes. Yes. So they didn't state components of the crisis management team. That came in as an appendix to this document. We'll have a look at that when we get there. Then they looked at critical parts of the plan, how they were going to ensure employee safety and work environment, the medical emergency, communication and awareness campaigning, which is part of what we looked at earlier. They also looked at business process availability and sustainability, how they're going to ensure that they continue doing their business. So you can align your business continuity plan tailored to your business. You have appropriate headings tailored to what you do as a business. Very critical how headings would contain how you're going to ensure that employees is safe, your work environment is safe, that if you're going to bring in people to continue working on site, how they're going to cater to medical emergencies, how they're going to ensure that you continually communicate with your people during the crisis. This is very critical. When there's a crisis, people always want to know what is happening per time. So a communication net plan has to be a part of your BCP, as we call it. How you're going to keep communicating to people, you need to plan that ahead of time. Then how you're going to carry out business. So one of the things we saw during the COVID-19 pandemic was that a shift to fully on-site, to fully or hybrid approach. Businesses started exploring how they could work remotely, how they could transfer their business processes to being fully on-site, from being fully on-site to being hybrid or fully remote. Yeah, we didn't believe that would happen pre-COVID-19, but it did happen. So you are going to have to touch on how you can continue executing your business processes even in the face of crisis. Then your third-party support relationship manager. One of the things you will need to include how you're going to ensure that all your key relationships are properly managed. Relationships with your clients, relationship with your third-party service vendors, how you're going to manage that. Then a bit of optimism that I've included here, how what they foresee to happen post the crisis or post the risks or post the pandemic or post the earthquake or flood. You understand? So this is not like an established set of headings. You have the ability to tailor your headings or tailor your documents, your business continuity plan to the industry you serve and to what you do and the business you serve. But it's critical that your BCP has certain information. So for example, in telecommunications where I serve, a typical business continuity plan would include all that work location. For example, if we cannot access our site or our base station, do we have alternatives we can run to? That's why a typical telecommunication business will have a redundancy for resilience. So if one fiber route, for example, is cut, or we had an issue with a certain area, we can easily activate a redundancy for that fiber route here. So that's that is what typically our BCP would contain. Redundancies, personnel, because not everybody can continue working during a pandemic. You have to provide for I was limited for a minute. Not everybody can work during a pandemic or during a crisis, but some key people within the organization must be able to execute work for that business to continue thriving. So you have to make provisions for those key personnel within the organization. In my business, site operatives are key personnel because they are the ones that know where our site locations are, where our fiber routes are, they know where our redundancies are, and they know how they can activate these redundancies. That's three components of some of the BCP plans that we have in the industry I serve. So do you think the industry you serve, maybe you're in the health industry, maybe we're in financial services industry, maybe you're in the real estate industry, what key personnel or what key measures can you put in place to make sure that business continue running? What provisions can you put in place so your key personnel can continue running if they cannot access the office at a point in time? Do you have provisions for them? Do you have provisions for redundancies? If you cannot go to your office, can people actually continue doing their work as usually in that scenario? So, not to go into too much information, I think that is all of. Sorry for that. I think that is all of what I have. Let me go back to my slides. Yeah. All right. Sorry. So I think that is all we have. We need to allow space for questions. We can treat on the call. Yeah, I know it's a lot. I hope we are done having our lunch now and we can talk. Thank you, everyone. All right, so I'm going to allow room for questions. Done BCPs for any of our businesses before? Have you prepared BCPs for your business? You can have a discussion around that. Questions, comments, advice. No general online, you can unmute and talk. All right, I don't see questions. I don't see hands up. No journalists online. I don't see hands up. I can see a hand up on site. There's a man in blue raising his hand. If he's tried.
Okay, I think we have a question here online and then on site here. Sir, can you come over so that you can be captured?
Thank you very much. Please, my question is there a template in preparing business continuity plan? Is there a template for it and is there a standard or are there guidelines?
I have a question. Okay, come over to the.
Yes, can I answer the question first? Do we do it one by one, please?
Okay, that's fine.
All right, so yes, there is a standard there. So 22501 defines the standards for business continuity planning, but does not define key components that you must include in your business continuity plan. You are to tailor your BCP to your business, but within the guidelines provided by the ISO standard. That's clear. So basically no two BCPs. So basically, I don't know if I'm audible. Basically, no two BCPs are the same. No two BCPs are the same. You tailor your BCPs to the business you serve, to your role within that business, and to the needs of the business, right? Within the guidelines provided by the ISO 22501. So
okay, I think that is clear, like it has also been mentioned earlier. ISO 225. Don't worry, I will get you the details. There is no business, there is no two business that.
it is ISO 22301. Sorry.
I think it's 5 digits. You know, can you come again?
Yes, it is ISO 22301, please. I interplaced 543. 345, sorry.
So we take the next question here.
Good afternoon. My question is, in a situation where you have your plan already and probably the plan is not working or there are delays. A typical example is you have your fiber projects, probably in Bonegbe, and there is a network down issue. Like example, we had last year Valentine or last 2 years Valentine, whereby there was
you're very right.
You can remember that period. So
yes, clearly.
What other alternative can you do? Whereby you are going for 8 hours and you are not able to restore the network. Thank you.
I hope that's alright. So I'm going to speak to your reference to the issue that happened. I think when there was an intercontinental fiber cut. I think last year or 2 years ago that disrupted telecom service to the whole of Nigeria. Yeah. So what happened is that there was actually some resilience. We have about 4 intercontinental fiber cables subsea that serve a part of West Africa. So what happened was 3 of those fiber cables were cut. Right. So both the main fiber and the redundancies were cut. That's why your major telecommunication service provider had issues in that period. So yes, some of these issues happen. That's why yes, we provide redundancies, and also we have a crisis management plan in our BCP in case all our redundancies fail. It's unlikely that all redundancies will fail at the same time, but in that particular scenario, it just so happened that the fiber cables ran through the same route, which is an issue that I believe that the major telecommunication service providers are currently working to resolve, to forestall future occurrences. Yes. So, also to your question, what happens when your BCP fails? The chances that your BCP will totally fail is slim. But yes, there are exceptional situations where your BCP will fail, and that's where you, as a facility manager, your resourcefulness will come to play. That's why you are skilled to manage risks. You are skilled to manage unforeseen circumstances, and yeah, you should rise to the application. The business will not blame you for the failure of all your redundancies. That's key. As a facility manager serving any organization, if you had sufficiently done your plan, you planned ahead of time, and so happened that all your redundancies failed, then it's no longer your fault. Then no one can point fingers at you. It's very easy to point fingers at the facility manager when issues arise, but when it is crystal clear that you've done your part in planning, no one will blame you. I'll give an example when all of my generators failed on a particular project I was managing. I was facility manager for Lafarge Incorporated office, and 2 generators, both our main generator and our backup generator failed because of poor diesel delivered to site. They delivered diesel plus water to my site, and a major board meeting was happening. They were supposed to sign off the financial papers. How did I get to that point? It was not my fault at that particular point then, because I planned ahead of time. I had redundancy, so we had an extra buffer for our diesel, a smaller diesel tank, which was not supplied into. We just had that as a buffer in case we had a crisis. So we were able to bleed our generators, then supply manually into our generators from our buffer, and that saved the day. So yeah, the plan might fail, but you need to be resourceful as a facility manager. But do the best thing, do the right thing by planning ahead. Best thing.
Okay, thank you very much. I believe there is nobody online.
I don't see any hands up online for a question. The chat box is also open. And please to repeat The ISO standard for as a guideline for planning your BCP is the ISO 22301, not 225.
I think that is clear. We got that. Okay, I believe that is clear enough. We want to appreciate you for your time, for coming up within short minutes to come up with this presentation. We want to thank you for always responding and making a useful contributions to the workshop. Thank you very much. Without much ado, we move to the next, because the time is so fast spent. Before fatigue starts setting in, we call on Dr. Alin to take us to the next paper.
Project management, and I will try as much as possible to make it the interaction as robust as possible. So the outline of my presentation is as shown. We will be looking at what is operation as well as project and program, and see the thin line between these two concepts. From there, we look at nature of project objective, project stakeholders, project requirements, SMART objectives, project life cycle, and finally, key skills and competencies required for project managers. When we say project management, there is no way we separate project management from facilities management, or project managers from facilities managers. As facilities managers, we must be abreast of all the goodies embedded in project management for us to function efficiently and effectively as a facility manager. On that note, I want to put up two questions. And the first is project the same as operation? Why? Can someone help us out? Operation, projects, are they the same? Then moving from there, is there a relationship between project and operation? Yes. Who can help us out on that very quickly? Is there a relationship between projects and operation? And is project same as operation? Projects, I want to define as it's a, like something is a whole, is a complete set of tasks to be carried out or achieved. While operation is the process of carrying out that task. So with that, I have established that there is a relationship between both. Can you give us example? Yeah, for example, I plan on example of an operation and also example of a project. Yes, sir. Example of a project is we want to have this training here. It's a project that has been planned. Now the operation is, now we are here carrying out the training. So thank you so much. Can someone give us illustration
in respect of construction? Thank you.
Well, to my understanding, according to what he said, project is a task that you set out to achieve. And when you set out to achieve a project, a task called project, it must have a definite time of beginning and the ending time, resources and all those things to achieve that task. Then operations are the breakdown activities within that project. The style, the method, the procedure you adopt to achieve your goal within the project can be termed as operations. So they are connected. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Let me add my voice to that also. A project from construction perspective can be seen as what he has said, has a definite beginning and end, and is a very bigger system whereby operations are what? The subsystems making up that bigger system. My project will be the construction proposed 3-bedroom bungalow. Is a project. What are the operations? What are the activities that I must carry out in ensuring that this 3-bedroom bungalow project starts and finishes? So the operations involved are what? Site clearing, excavation, concreting, block wall, and so on and so forth. Okay? So these are operations. So as we have said, there is relationship between project and operations. Okay? So operations are considered as subsets of a project. What is happening? Okay. Yeah. As facilities management organizations, typical of all other organizations, what we do in most cases is we perform work. And the work we carry out are either operations, projects, or programs. So we will take a little time to look at what are regarded to as operations, projects, and programs. So the general features or characteristics of these three entities are that they are performed by people. Though some part of it may be mechanized, okay, but we can't do anything mechanical without the input of human. They are also constrained by limited resources in terms of manpower, money, management, and so on. They are also planned, executed, and controlled. So what are operations? Operations are ongoing and repetitive. A good example of operation is a block manufacturing company. What do? Day in, day out to remain in business. They keep on producing blocks, concrete blocks. Concrete blocks. The same thing applies to facilities managers. What we do in most of the cases are more of what? Operations. But to add value to our operations, we must think of converting them to projects. A good example of that is if I own a block manufacturing company and I am given a project to produce and deliver 1 million numbers of concrete blocks, say 225 mm thick concrete block. and the customer gave me timeline to deliver these circuit blocks. For me to be able to meet that timeline, I must turn my operations towards a project, because that order is different from that scenario is different from a general regular scenario whereby I keep on producing my blocks without any order being received. 1 million units of 225 block to be delivered within a month requires extra efforts. So I must turn that operation to project, because there is now a constraint, that is the time. That time can also be broken down. The customer can say, okay, on daily basis, this is the number of block he needs. So I must change my production pattern to be able to meet up with the order. So that is
recording in progress.
A project is a temporary endeavor that is undertaken to create a unique product or service. It is temporary endeavor in the sense that it has a definite start and definite end. That is what differentiates an operation from a project. As I said, when you turn operations to projects, that means you attach a starting time to it and also the finishing time. So when we say a project is a temporary endeavor, that does not mean that the project timeline is temporary. Okay? Temporary, the meaning of temporary to us is something that does not last long. Okay? That is not the meaning. The temporary nature of a project is that it has a beginning and the end. And no matter how long the duration is, we still call it temporary. So when it becomes clear that the project objectives will not be met, the project is terminated. For instance, when do we say a project has come to an end? I engage a contractor to deliver a 3-bedroom bungalow for me. If he starts and ends that project, covering the scope, we can say the project has been logically completed. But however, there may be an issue that will require the project to be terminated. When the project is terminated, it is also assumed or recognized that that project has come to an end. Is there any objection to that? Is there any objection to that? Yes, because the agreement between the parties has been terminated, and that contract has come to an end. Though we have not actually actualized the dream of that project, that is a completed 3-bedroom bungalow. So we can now engage another contractor to continue from where the previous contractor stops. So when we say temporary, it does not mean short in duration. I've said it. And it does not also affect the product or service created, because most of the products emanating from a project are long-serving outcome. Is that clear? For instance, if I deliver a 3-bedroom bungalow, it is not assumed that that bungalow will be used and done after few years. Okay, it is believed that that bungalow will serve, yes, the owner for a very long time. The temporary nature of projects is also related to the opportunity or market window. When you find yourself on the project, your engagement on that project is also temporary, no matter how long the duration is. And when that project ends, you may not have the opportunity to see all the team that were engaged on that project. Though relationships would have been established, are you getting me? But if 3 of us, 5 of us here, 6 of us here found ourselves on the project and that project ends successfully, we may not have the opportunity to come together and sit again on another project. If it happens, it is rare situation. So most projects are performed by a team created for the sole purpose of performing that project. So these are the temporary nature or things that describe the temporary nature of projects. Then uniqueness of product or service. Projects involve doing something which has not been done before. Is there any objection to that? Is there any objection? Project involves doing something that has not been done before.
Similar but not the same.
Not the same. Do we all agree to that statement? Eh? Yes.
It can be unique, that they can be similar and worse.
Exactly. Even when you are building the same design prototype in an estate, exactly, you will meet on each of the units. Is that clear? So that is to say, presence of repetitive elements does not change the fundamental uniqueness of the overall effort. No, some people will say, is it not concreting? Is it not block setting? Is it not carpentry? No. Okay, see every project as what? Unique. So, nature of project objectives. What are the competing demands or constraints on projects? They include the scope, that is the boundary within which the project operates, and we also have time, cost, and quality. You can extend these project constraints to also include health, safety, environment, and also customer satisfaction, and so on and so forth. So, stakeholders with different needs and expectations. So, what are needs? Needs are identified requirements. Then, expectations are unidentified requirements. As facilities manager or project, we must be ready to accommodate these different expectations from our clients. Who are project stakeholders? Who are project stakeholders? Can someone help us out? Yes.
There are external and internal stakeholders. The internal stakeholders are the contractors and subcontractors. While the external stakeholders are the end users. End users is the client.
Thank you.
In addition to what he has said, stakeholders, to the external stakeholders, we have regulation government that will come with our policy and regulations. We also have the agents. They are also stakeholders in construction projects. They are area and co. So on the internal stakeholders, we have to work as two. They are one of the stakeholders.
Thank you for those wonderful
The host community too. The host community can be part of the stakeholders.
Of course, yes. The host community. Yes. This is just a brief description of all the guidelines we should use in identification of stakeholders. Anyone affected by activities or results of a project is a stakeholder. who can influence, support, or resist the outcome is also a stakeholder. We can see what happened to Lekki toll gate. Okay? We can see what happened to Lekki toll gate. The one at Morocco, Babish, Sanfield, Abi, Morocco, Sanfield. That one came and was able to generate revenue for the private entity that went into PPP arrangement with the Lagos State government. But the one on the end of Chevron did not even collect it toll for a day. And today, what happened to the two? The two are what? Free. So these are the agitations. Another good example is for those of us who are familiar with Osborne Road. I think the green part of Osborne Foreshore Estate, there was a filling station that was built directly, if not directly, opposite Dolphin Mosque. Total. It was total. It was total. But yes, when you are going to Osborne from Third Mainland Bridge, it is on the left. Okay? That filling station was delivered but never dispensed a liter of oil. And it was brought down. Yes. To level 0. Why? Because of the agitation of the stakeholder, the residents of Osborne Foreshore Estate. So we must identify our stakeholders. The last one is with power to regulate or approve. That is the government. Okay, so failure to address stakeholders' issues often lead to project failure or delay. This is a typical project stakeholders. That is why I put it there, ETC. Because I'm not even sure of the nature of the project. As we all know, project varies. Projects are unique. Are you getting me? Even the location in which that project is to be executed is also what? It's also an important factor. The issues of Omonile area boys in Southwest is different from Omonile and what have you in Niger Delta. The Omoniles here, after collecting their dues, they will not interfere on how you go about your construction activities. But in South, they will still be the one to say they want to be part of the construction and they will be giving you their terms. They will even say they want to be the supplier of the materials.
I just still under construction and that's delayed because of no proper stakeholders engagement. Because the stakeholders, after they are collected money, as you said, they were not saying that they should also give them. And you don't have the skills. And most of them don't have the skills. You understand? So I advise the contractor, why don't use them for traffic control? You can just give them one price. To control traffic is very easy because there's always traffic there. You are paying for traffic control. Use them for traffic control. So as you rightly said, stakeholders, especially the Omonile areas, even for South.
Thank you so much for that. So, depending on the nature of your project and its characteristics, will enable you to identify the stakeholders. Project requirements. As facilities managers, most of the project requirements are not cast in stone. Okay? Some of the requirements are stable. That is to say, you know them, you have identified them, and they remain unchanged. Or even if they are to be changed, okay, the changes are what? Minimal. The change is what? Minimal throughout the project life cycle.
but some project requirements are what? Evolving. That is, when you are doing something new, you have little or no knowledge about it. That is to say, you begin to learn as the project progresses. Okay? As facilities managers, we must also be ready to embrace this. Project life cycle. Project life cycle encompasses initiating phase, planning, executing, controlling, and closing. So I will not bore us more on this. The initiative phase is when the project is what initiated. What do we do at this phase? We establish sponsors' needs and expectations in terms of design. If it's a green project, you develop the designs, capturing sponsors' needs, that is the client's needs and expectation. And you also establish reasons for the project. And you also establish the project scope and follow up with what? Budget and schedule. And all other things you do at design phase. After this, you secure the sponsors' approval. Then planning phase. This is a phase in between the time you package your design before you now move to site for execution. What do we do at this stage? The activities at this stage involves project risk clearly documented. You also establish constraints and assumptions. Project stakeholders identified, analyzed, and documented. You prepare the list of suppliers and subcontractors, milestones identified and documented. And what do you do after this? You secure the approval of the sponsors. The critical phase is the execution phase, because what we do at the background before the execution phase is not known to the public. Is it not so? Yes. When you want to embark on a project, what people are after is what? Your presence on site to start digging. But you can't come and dig immediately. You have to do some preparations. So the execution phase is what matters to people. And not only that, this is the phase that receives the greater part of the what? Efforts in the project. So what do we do here? We manage realities. Can our design go according to what we have designed? So we must be ready to accommodate changes. Scope changes, scope creep, scope misunderstandings. These are period or time where we need to resolve issues. Resource changes, resource unavailability, resource skills, estimate are incorrect, tasks are missing, risk events occurring, as our brother shared with us here. You can't sit in your office, put up your plan, and beat your chest that your plan will go as it has been planned. No, it is during the execution you now see the realities. So communication among stakeholders. So issues will come and they must be resolved, and you need to secure approval of sponsors on all changes and what have you. Then the controlling phase. Controlling phase is also embedded in the execution phase. It is key because the way you plan things do not go as usual. Are you getting it? What are those responses to those issues that came up? So this will be taken care at controlling phase. So tracking is what we do more. Tracking, for you to do tracking, you have to monitor the project as it progresses. So progress against project schedule, risk, change control, manage change process, you also communicate. You update team and stakeholders. Then finally is the closure phase. And these are series of activities that occur at closure phase. Obtain sponsor signature at the end of every phase. Get sponsor signature at the end of the project. Document all lessons learned on the project. If I ask, how many of us document lessons learned on projects we executed? I said people really document. Please, we should endeavor to do that. Then file all documents relevant to the project at the closure. So this is how time is typically spent. This is a research that documents average time spent on each of these phases. It is assumed that initiating phase and planning phase are regarded to as what? Pre-construction phase. While executing phase and controlling phase are regarded to as what? Construction phase. Okay? Typically, this is the time allotted, average time. 10% at pre-construction phase, 85% at construction phase, and 5% at closure phase. But with what the outcome of projects are, we have to review the time we spend on each of these phases. For better performance, it is recommended that we should spend a little time more than what we spend on at pre-construction phase, that is the design phase. Because most of the issues encountered at construction phase are as a result of not doing things rightly at pre-construction phase. And most of the issues, okay, critical issues that affect the outcome of the project also at closure phase is as a result of not allocating enough time at the project closure phase. So if we do all this, if we increase the time we spend on pre-construction phase, we will end up having seamless execution phase and also more time on closing to document things that will not become a big issue during the running of the facility. So, the project management. What is project management? Project management is simply application of knowledge, skills, tools, and techniques to project activities to meet project requirements. As facilities managers, vis-a-vis project managers, we have different abilities or natural endowment we have to pilot a project from beginning to the end. In addition to what we have as blessings to us as humans, okay, we should also pay attention to few of things that will be shared this evening. So, why are projects challenging? It is because they are unique, something new, no blueprint. As I said, if you have built a 3-bedroom bungalow for me in Ikoyi, and I give you another 3-bedroom bungalow, the same design, to build for me in Ikorodu, they are not the same. They are not the same. So that is why projects are what? Unique, something new, no blueprint. Sometimes difficult to define. What is it? When does it end?
most of this planning we do in our offices, okay? To do this 2 weeks, to do that 1 week. And who tells you that it will be so? It is when you hit the ground that you will know that it is not so. Then working with people, it is the most challenging, working with people. If you pick up an equipment, you can run an equipment 24/7. The only time the equipment will say, I'm tired, is when it breaks down. But human beings, we are not so. One of the egos of human beings, one of the attributes of human beings is ego. If you force them too much, they will say, no, God, don't kill me. Okay? So they are the most difficult resource to work with. Too much to do, too little resources. Okay? And also, as soon as it starts, something what? Changes. Which I and you will not know why we are planning. So these are things that make projects to be what? Challenging. So these are project management principles, 12 management project principles. Stewardship. I will send, in addition to the slide, I will send these documents to you for you to look at it, okay, to be able to appreciate what these 12 management principles entails. Stewardship is just that you have to see yourself as a steward. You have to do things diligently. That is, in accordance to what? Internal and external guidelines. Internal guidelines are within the organizations, while external guidelines may be the regulatory requirements, standards, and so on and so forth. Team. On any project, you are not working in silos. Okay? You are working as what? A team. So that team spirit must be what? Enshrined and encouraged and promoted. Stakeholders. You have to really meet the aspirations of the stakeholders in terms of making them what? Satisfied. In terms of what service you are rendering to them. Value. The ultimate goal of every project manager is to add value to that project. So value addition is key to every project management effort. Systems thinking is also there. Leadership. Project managers are not authoritarian in nature, but however, if circumstance deemed it fit that you must exert your authority, please do it for you to move on. Is that clear? Yes. No leadership style fits all circumstances. Is that clear? If it is democratic leadership style that will work at a given time, use it. If it is authoritarian, authoritative, use it. Is that clear? So whatever the situation demands, put it, use it. Then tailoring, also quality. Quality in terms of the product and service. As we all know, quality is subjective measure, isn't it? Yeah. So we look at quality from product perspective and also service delivered. So as a project manager, you must satisfy your stakeholders in terms of quality of service and product delivered. Complexity. As project managers, you must develop that capacity to navigate through complex situations. Nothing comes easy. As we all know, ayé ò lọ dé ọ̀pá àbọ̀. Is that clear? Exactly. So you must develop what it takes to navigate through complex situations. Risk. Yes. When we say risk, what comes to mind is danger, isn't it? But that is not always the case. You can turn risk to what? Opportunities. My own definition of risk is danger and also opportunity. If you manage risk very well, you turn it to opportunity. But if you do not manage it properly, it becomes danger and it affects your project objectives. The adaptability and resilience. Resilience in terms of developing the capacity to absorb shocks or negative impacts. Is that clear? So, and finally, change. As we all know, there is nothing permanent on the surface of earth. The only permanent thing is what? Change. No matter how robust your ideas are, how robust your plans are, please be ready to entertain change. Project management knowledge areas. As facilities managers, we must equip ourselves with these 10 project management knowledge areas. They are project integration management, project scope management, project time management, project cost management, up to project stakeholder management. I will also release additional documents to support your knowledge on these 10 project management areas. So, what are the project management tools and techniques you need to manage effectively these 10 project management areas? For project integration, the tools and techniques required as stated below, but those that are bolded are very important that we must not play with. For integration, we need what we call project management software. We also need change request and also lessons learned reports. And that is what many of us don't document. Lessons learned on our project should be properly documented. Then scope management. We have the scope statements, work breakdown structure. Like I said, when we were trying to see the distinction between operations and projects, my brother over there made mention of WBS. Okay, so these are what will help you in managing scope. We also have time management. We are all familiar with Gantt charts. I know it is part of the training and skill we have as a builder. That is in production of builder documents. What is that document? Builders in the house? What is that document? What is that? Program of work. Exactly. So we are conversant with the Gantt chart. It is the simplest. Okay? Yeah. We also have cost management. So the tools and techniques required for cost management are also highlighted there. And we also have quality management. So under the quality management, we have the quality matrix, checklist, quality control charts, Pareto diagram, fishbowl diagrams, and so on and so forth. The human resource management. So these are few techniques that we can deploy. Motivation techniques is very key. You need to motivate your employees or your team members. You also need to listen to what they have. Responsibility assignment matrices. You don't need to do everything yourself. Give people responsibilities and watch them doing it and lead them appropriately. We also have project organizational charts, resource histograms, also team building exercises. These are very key in the human resource management. We also have communication management. What interests me most is the kickoff meetings. It's very key. My experience in telecoms showed me that we don't joke with kickoff or what we call start-off meetings. It's very key. It is at that meeting we communicate everything about that project, okay, before the project commences. And that does not mean that as the project progresses, we should keep on communicating. So communication management is key. If I have the opportunity to draw a diagram, I will put communication in the center where other project management knowledge areas surrounds. Is that clear? Because whatever you do in project cost management, you must communicate. Whatever you do as far as integration management is concerned, you must communicate. Okay? Communication links all these project management areas together. So last but not the least is the stakeholder management. We must have stakeholder register, stakeholder analysis, and also issue logs, interpersonal skills, and reporting systems. So key skills and competencies of project managers. These are few skills and competencies required of every project manager. People skills. You must learn how to deal with people. It's very important. There is a course I took in psychology, personnel psychology. Okay, that will show you the attributes of personnel and how you can manage them effectively. Also, leadership. You must have that leadership traits or capacity to lead. You must also listen. Negotiating is also very key. As project managers, you must be able to negotiate. Because most of the operations or projects you will be doing will not require you engaging a QS. In most cases, how many of us are facilities managers here? Share your experience with us, sir. Do you always engage QS when you are preparing your estimates for either operations or a mini project within that facilities?
Not every time. Only when it involves something that is.
Thank you so much. Even if it involves something that is big, you must also be at the negotiating table to contribute. So that is very key. Then strong at building trust. You must be a project manager that controls, that is trustworthy, that people can say, okay, let me sleep, we will deliver according to the terms. Then verbal and written communication is also very key. You must communicate fluently, free of any form of what? Ambiguity, either verbally or written. Strong at building teams. Teams are required on every project. So you must be familiar with people to select, to be part of the team, to drive the project through. Conflict resolution and management. Yes, that is very key. We agree to what? Disagree. And we disagree to agree. So we must strike a balance. Then critical thinking and also problem solving. Problems will keep on occurring. You must be abreast of all situations. Then understand and balances priorities. Yes, you may have so many issues, okay, to deal with. So the whole idea is deal with the one that is what? Germane, urgent, okay, that will promote the business continuity, integrity, ethical behavior, and
consistent. And you must also influence the organization. This is very key. Influencing the organization is getting things done easily. For that, you need what we call power and also political capacity. Okay, within that organization, you must understand the politics within an organization for you to be able to move things through. So other management skills are, you need to understand the local culture and language. As our friends shared with us here, if I have a project to execute in Niger Delta tomorrow, I have to consult people who have worked in those kind of locations, learn from them, okay, and see how things will be done. The techniques and work methods unique to a particular location must also be identified and used. The standardization of work practices is also very key. And finally, control from remote locations on a more or less real-time basis. You may find yourself in remote locations whereby it will be difficult for you to link with the head office, okay, but you must find a way of navigating through those challenges. In fact, it is simple, no problem. That's the end. Thank you for listening. Questions? Where's the doctor?
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you for the lecture. Do we have questions, contributions, clarification? Okay, if we have, can we please put it down in writing? When we are doing review tomorrow morning, we will take all questions all together. Okay, please.
Thank you very much, sir. I just want you to draw a thin line between the facility manager and the product and the project manager, because it's interwoven. But I just want you to just give a thin differentiation between the two.
As I said, what is common with the two is what the management. Exactly, is the word management. As a facilities manager, what you are managing, the scope of your services is quite different from the scope of services of the project manager. For instance, as a facilities manager, you are managing this whole hotel. What are your duties? Your duties are to ensure that the facility is what? In operation. That it is able to deliver the services to customers. Okay? And based on the scope of services you have entered into with the client, determines what you do. In Nigeria today, what most facilities managers do is to ensure that the facility keeps on running. Is that clear? Yes. That is, business continuity. I come, there is light on, ACs are working so that I have a very conducive internal environment. The office is clean, and so on and so forth. There is water in the toilet. Anytime I go to the toilet, there is water. The sanitary appliances are in operational state. Okay? So, in doing those things, are you getting me? You also need to be abreast of all the management principles and techniques. Though what you are doing is small, but it is sensitive. A good example is if you want to effect a repair in an existing building, it is asking compared to when you are building on site when the facility has not been used. Okay, so who is the one that's supposed to be more knowledgeable in management principle? I feel it is the facilities manager. Okay, so project manager, that's why I'm saying that as a facilities manager, you can turn yourself to a project manager on a particular project you are doing under your facilities. For instance, if we want to remodel this internal space, we want to turn it to what? We want to partition it. It is a project on its own. As a facilities manager, you can see yourself as a facility manager, but on that small project, you have to project manage it. That is why we must be equipped with everything about project management. Because of that word, management.
I think we will do a little bit exercise tomorrow morning. Let's have a full understanding of, from your own research that you are going to do between now and tomorrow morning, what is facility management. I think the introductions to this course is supposed to have started from there. We'll take a look at it tomorrow, then benchmark it with what as you have learned about project management. Just look at the fundamental definition of project management and we'll put it side by side to be able to explain the differences between the two. Thank you. I think we have done wonderfully well today for this raw attention that we have given to all the lecture. I think we have to go, but I look at the faces. I look at the relaxer.
You have to beg him to come back again tomorrow.
My name? No, my name is no more there.
No, Dr. Ali will always be available, whether physical or virtual, you will be available. But the most important thing is, whatever challenge or reservation we have, let's put it in writing and put it on that platform. It will be addressed.
Yes, we are all
so that any dark spot that we needed illumination, let's put it there. It will be responded to. Thank you very much for a wonderful attention that we have enjoyed today. We want to thank you for your cooperation. The next lecture tomorrow will be at 10 o'clock. We'll look at general overview of today's presentation. We'll take the two others presentation before we move ahead for the day's activity. Thank you and enjoy the rest of the day. Good night. And our participants online, we want to thank you also. I believe we have enjoyed today's modules as presented. We want to enjoy to link up using the same link tomorrow morning. The starting point is 10 o'clock. The same venue, virtual. Thank you. Good night all.